should probably make a visit down to the city to talk about that black iron stuff. Good morning.
Yeah. I mean, once the test is done, and we have something that works, we'll have to we'll redesign it.
Also, probably we'll need more than just 3 of these points for something of actual size. But enough to create a closed loop was at least all that was needed for testing.
Oh, take the last wiring, take the last connection, what's the chair there? I don't think there's any more thing to look at.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger thing is just going to be having to get it down to the testing site. Like, those things will be easy. It's this part I'm worried about.
Actually, you're so why did we build it this big, actually?
It had to be. Well, it's also the test console.
You say that like we had a choice.
I was going to say...
refine things.
I mean, I think we could have scaled it down at least. Or could we like split it into pieces?
Well, realistically, we need this to be as close to how it will actually be utilized, because it needs to be able to power far more than just 3 of those.
And that's great, but I feel like if we made it into like smaller pieces, we could get through the door, because right now it doesn't look realistic. We can get through the door.
We can just disassemble it and take it out, and then reassemble it.
Did you sleep in here, Luca?
Yeah.
You checking progress?
Wait, there's a place... Wait, there's a place to sleep up here?
Okay.
Oh, shit.
We can just refine it. If we get the test successful.
You have to give me a second.
Worthy of being
Oh, yeah, no problem.
The other pieces we can definitely get through narrower gaps, but if we have to push, we'll steal with whatever size we have, as we usually do. Oh, fuck.
Big strong boy to
Sorry.
get that.
It's fine.
Probably need to borrow a couple people just to carry it, even in just parts, but... I know it was brought up a little bit during the whole brain blast session, which honestly, it's a pretty sound idea, all things considered. The easiest place that we'd be able to actually get it to actually try to test it is where the spot where that spear was laying for like, what was it, like 3-4 days?
Yeah, still behind the ship, right?
Yeah, that place is still like just bright with abyssal energy there. It's probably the closest thing to, well, the same sort of presence of a rift without actually trying to make her way down to the, well, buried one. Unless people want to try to drag this thing across the sands until we find another one.
No, I think that was close by. It's a good suggestion.
So which one's close by? You're talking about the buried one?
Where the spear used to be.
Yeah. The next best thing we can use that isn't a rift, but has probably similar qualities to being targeted. It basically killed that entire space right there. If it can mend that area...
Bad, but does it...
If it can mend that area, it probably means the properties of what he was saying the idea behind it was are not entirely without merit. It's either that or we have to spend the better part of a day trying to excavate a path to the rift, and I'm not sure if that's gonna work too. Oh.
No, there won't be any excavations.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's no guarantee that anything will happen, but there's also a chance that there might, and just the chance alone is probably worth seeing if it actually does something.
Aye.
Just look straight.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit on the corner, but otherwise close enough.
We don't have time for close enough.
Here.
Nice.
Yeah. Just that one corner right there. Yeah.
Go right.
Lift it up a little. Yeah, right there. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, last piece. Sorry. These divine runes match there on this paper. Right here. In the back of the circle here. That edge.
I believe you got it. Aye.
Okay. Probably could wait, but I don't think the heat will affect it too much.
I mean, that part's supposed to be pretty press-fitted on there based off the original design, so that'll probably help it if it's still warm.
Where's my door? Can I have my gun?
Yeah.
Or something?
Here you go.
I'm not gonna shoot the device.
No.
Thanks.
No, I figure I know what you're doing.
Okay.
So that should be it.
Yeah.
Looking at this thing gives me such a headache. One moment. I think I understand the problem, guys. It's looking at that thing. You see how many people are falling like flies looking at it. I think that thing is killing us just being near it. I don't know what it is, but like everyone's dropping like flies just being in the vicinity of it. Cause like everyone in the room has just been falling. I don't think it's the FPX. I think like something about it might just have like it might be like a shader thing that's just like causing a memory leak. I don't know. I have to be careful though. Is that machine just being near it killing you too? I think that's what it
happening.
I think that's what it is, because I've had my frames.
Thank God it's not just me.
My frames have locked up.
It's
My
not just me.
my frames locked up and like got frozen just
No,
like being in
that's
that
the-
room.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
the second
yeah,
time I
I-
had gotten dropped.
Yeah, my fucking screen just froze and I couldn't even like get in Steam VR. That was
But you
Yeah.
hear everyone around you?
Oh,
Yes.
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, this makes me feel
Yeah.
much better.
Okay, so yeah, no, it's all of us. I think it's the machine being
There's
nearby.
something evil happening.
The machine is possessed.
Well, she wasn't near the machine
You
at
guys
all.
okay?
Sure.
I was.
We're all like
Her
getting like
screen just froze
free
really
frame,
bad,
like
yeah.
the freeze frame, but you could still see, like, hear people crash.
Yeah.
It's happened twice already.
Oh,
Yeah, circular
That's
vision.
weird.
Not even when I'm normally freezing, or if I turn right, it'll eventually kind of.
Yeah.
My vision.
Yeah, it was
It's
just a freeze
I turn to
frame.
my right. It's the
Mhm.
circle of the
Oh, yeah.
original
and
frame.
that crash.
Yeah,
Darkness.
no, it's the freeze
Where's-
flame.
Well, I was also getting this in.
Where is that happening?
It happened
both
both
times?
times in the A for Tech lab.
I'm an outlier. I was.
Could you
Yeah.
go try to be in, but maybe don't go in the workshop and see if
Yeah.
it persists?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from the workshop. I just like I'm just gonna be like, yeah, no, I can't touch it.
Okay, we can do this.
Yes.
Okay.
That was crazy. Hi.
Hi.
What happened?
We kept stealing from this food for some reason.
Oh.
it already lost its leg. I think it's gone through enough. I told the Scalari not to cook with with one leg. Excuse me.
How?
Are you gonna name them? Like,
Honestly, now that you think about it, the sandwich I ate was.
Sorry, I was musing over a previous thought. It's a thought.
At a door?
What happened?
We have water right here.
Well,
What happened, Astrea?
Thank you.
What does? Something happen?
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
There's a person out off the ship who's asking for water.
huh? Oh.
I'm off completely. How far did we make it from here?
Oh, you are a long way.
Yeah.
Half a
Just over
continent
half
or more.
a. Yeah,
Several
just
weeks
over half a
on-
continent.
You know, on foot. But please come inside. You look like shit.
Where's there? Sorry, I have some sand in my eye.
Up the ramp on the right.
Huh.
I don't want to just give them,
they
hey,
were
here's
holding
3
water.
glasses of water. Well, I know, I gave it to them, but I'm just, in case you wanted to
By the
hold
way,
it.
since I don't know how much of it actually, if that spread around, so I'm just trying to get caught up. I know some people were down there talking with the Smiths. Do we have an arrangement for them to actually work with Black Iron now?
Yes, the ones down there are currently learning how to make the black iron, as well as make a few black iron weapons.
I see. I should probably check in with that. It'd probably be a good idea to have at least an option with that.
Most of them we're working on it overnight. That should be available today or later tonight as well for more lessons.
Yeah, I can also see if I can enlist some of their help down there, unless the people that are helping them are up there.
I'm unsure where they are. Pretty sure I saw Ivy. I believe he was one of the people who volunteered to
I mean, I can take
learn, so...
I can take a bit of a walk. I don't mind.
Oh,
I'll be down in the
Ready
city
to go
then.
see who our guest is.
Yeah, probably more important. I don't want to intimidate them. Realistically, I imagine probably some bits of this city existed all along. It's just a matter of, well, that they persisted. I also made a wrong turn. But this place probably still had a fair bit of it that, since, I mean, it's evident there are ruins down here too, not just, you know, up above. Although, who's really to say? Though the thing that really has me impressed is more the fact that they have things that live down here. Or rather, I should say, plant life. Without sunlight, that's rather impressive. Honestly, something that's been making me want to ask about it, but I'm not sure if the answer would make me more intrigued or disappointed if it was ultimately simple. Now, is that me thinking, or is that Celine? That's... Do I have anything unique to myself? This must be their forge. Are those all black iron, or are they other options too? Uncertain.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Yeah, hi God.
Hi.
They are certainly different from the sort of things that she wields, though I imagine he could probably forge them in a similar manner. Probably make it easier to wield if such a thing could be commissioned in that style. So was it? Can't tell if that one's a hammer, or if that one's like a staff almost. Probably not, it's probably a different kind of weapon. Since to my knowledge, the material does not conduct any form of magic through it. So using in that manner would be ultimately pointless. Then again, they're also building them for a very different clientele than, well, someone like so, but that's what providing examples. Yes, actually, do you, are you the, smith, or?
Well, I'm one of the blacksmiths, yeah.
Ah, I had heard from some of the others that there's been, thanks to the, rift being contained for now, that there's been the ability to actually work with trying to get armaments made of the material, and I was interested in seeing if there was a way to try to make one in a similar style to a weapon that I already use.
Well, it wasn't exactly because of the rift, rather because you guys actually secured the quarry for it, but
well,
details.
A bit of one thing led to another. It ultimately, same end goal as you said, but
do you have the weapon on hand?
I do. So I primarily use a thin blade, more of a rapier style than the larger ones. So something I would be able to be of light enough for the more of a the style that I grew up with was more of a fencing style of fighting.
I wouldn't say that it's much a rapier. It's too big to be a rapier, but I can make that work, yeah. Very strange guard, though. That's for sure.
It's one from designed based off of more traditional weapons back home in Fevira. They are very, shall we say, they enjoy making things almost too ornate to be practical, but just barely good enough. Of course, I'm not looking
More
for the
style
same
over
thing here.
substance.
Yeah. For this, it would be primarily focused on the fact that it can work as a weapon.
So more substance over style. Well,
Yes.
here's what I can do then.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to leave your weapon here? If you're willing to do that, I can make something close to its likeness. It'll be a little different, obviously, and it probably won't have
It'll
as
help
close
for
to that guard.
it'll help for at least measurements of the length that I'm used to, so I'm okay with that. So
Do you have any sort of extra weapon just in case? Since you're probably going to be heading back out.
if it comes to it, I'd rather not show exactly why, but I am my own weapon. I can...
Magic, huh?
Yeah.
Understandable then.
And only a little bit of it is focused around using the sword as a focus, so I can adapt to a different style when using it.
Well, that's good to hear then. We have done actually a few experiments with magic because we hadn't actually done that before. Before you guys came here, we didn't really have anyone that did magic in general or was willing to do experiments with it. We did learn that actually trying to attempt to channel any magic through these weapons is a very bad idea for it. It's not going to work.
But it doesn't explode or make the material brittle or anything. It's like just pouring, like almost like basically like pouring just water out into the sand. Nothing happens, basically.
Yeah, it just fizzles out whatever magic you're directly channeling into the weapon, and that's only if you're directly channeling into it. If you're just using magic as like, I don't know,
nearby it,
and yeah, then it's perfectly fine.
It's a curious thing, actually. It's nothing like the only other alternative weapon-making substance that I know, which is aetherite. What exactly about it makes it dampen magic to such a degree? Has it ever been figured out?
Well, sad to say, I haven't actually figured that out yet. I had a better lab, maybe, but what I got is what I got, so...
well, for the sake of maintaining it, is there any way that needs to be treated differently from normal metal?
Standard procedure for repair and maintenance.
Perfect. I know how to take care of that, but if it had a different method, I would probably need a few pointers on how to treat it properly so that I don't break it.
Yeah. As long as you don't directly channel anything into it, you should be fine in terms of the weapon itself. Just avoid that at all costs, just in case.
Understood. Sounds perfect.
We haven't actually like channeled it so much so where it like makes it brittle or anything. I'm not entirely sure if that happens if you do something like that.
Realistically, with how important it is for the weapon's integrity, it probably is not worth testing when it's probably not the easiest thing to replace, even with the quarry available. So
yeah,
it's understandable.
And especially if you're gonna be leaving this place, then even doubly so.
Yes, there's a lot that's still going on in the world that I doubt can be left alone for long.
Well, I wouldn't say I really know too much about it, besides what, the whole rift thing. That's about it, really.
Yeah. The same people that likely caused the one down here are planning something far worse elsewhere. And if they succeed, then even having the rift here that was disrupted could be ultimately meaningless. So every bit helps.
That's news to me, actually.
It was one of the few things that was said by those responsible before they basically refused to stop talking.
I see. Well, I imagine quite a few of the guides are gonna want to know that. Thanks for letting me know that.
At least for things that are within our control at the immediate moment, will this probably be about a day or 2 days worth of job?
I could probably get it done in a day. I got a lot of work already coming in, but I got other blacksmiths too, so it's just not me working on it.
Then I'll come by tomorrow and pick that up along with the original, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much.
Alright. You stay safe out there.
I intend to. Good morning, you three.
I see that there's a few other people that are interested.
We
What's
actually
up?
came here to pick up some black iron commissions.
Alright. You see if they're done and ready.
Well, now I'm actually curious to see what you all had made.
No, that's not where they put it. Oh, where did they put it?
I'll have to keep myself out of trouble since I'll need the original, but worst case, if something happens, I at least have myself.
Are you getting your sword, like...
I left it with them so that they could use it as a frame of reference for sizing and the general style that I'm used to.
Right, yeah.
But I'm getting an extra arm made just so that I have options available if I need to be conservative.
You had something too, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Let me go grab it.
Nice.
Well,
Oh.
so
Doesn't
that's...
look too bad.
You decided to go both.
Decided to go both.
Were you stuck between an axe or a
It works.
warhammer?
She was.
If I can make both work, then I can.
Wait, what is...
You ended. Is that a chain whip?
Okay, now I feel a bit embarrassed. Like, mine's not as big as yours.
I mean,
That's impressive.
it's not about the... at the
Yeah,
risk of
because
saying
the
something that
materials,
sounds weird out of context, it's not about the size of a weapon, it's how you use it. This
You
is...
need me to grab your stuff too?
Although this would be very great for ensnaring smaller ones as well.
The dual
Interesting
blades.
choice.
Right. Alright.
Have you used one of those before?
Yeah, I'm trained in most things.
So that certainly does not look like an easy weapon to utilize by any means.
You get used to it.
Either way. Impressive and probably a very useful addition to your armaments.
Yeah. Great.
Looks good.
Thank you.
Made those myself. Quality guaranteed. Tell you that much.
Definitely.
Take
Thank you
good
for your
care of
work and
them.
effort.
No. Sorry.
You're fine.
How do you feel about the weight of it?
Good.
Say
This
they
is also
look,
a bit heavier, but like.
I was gonna say they look a bit bulkier than the ones I've seen used before.
Change of pace.
As long as you can wield them
Using our
effectively.
FPS is probably good to have a big blade anyways. Predator and flush with.
Yeah, pretty much.
Although sometimes the ones that are naturally armored, having something smaller can get in between the hard points on their carapaces.
That's mostly why I wanted to, at least one of them to be more like thinner and pointier for that in a sense. So.
It's never a bad thing to keep something small on hand.
Something small on hand and especially small on hand and something that can be receptive to magic. Worst case scenario, if you find something that
Personally, though,
can't be
I can't cast, but
big and
yeah.
weighty. Tell by my
That
hand
was-
over there.
potions.
Yeah, that obviously works
The type of metal it is.
perfectly. So.
That is a curious. I've seen you use potions before on weapons before. How would it react to being used on that?
To be honest, I wouldn't want to try. Most of the material I've ever used my potions on tends to melt away. Otherwise, everyone would be able to make potions and enchant their weapons. This one's made of something special.
Makes sense.
Well, you think stay safe.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Can't believe you got a chain whip. Were you inspired by us? Were you inspired by
I was
our
gonna
plan down in the underground with the worm?
The plan that we didn't really get to go ahead with.
Because it was awkward.
Oh wait,
the other teams are the ones fighting.
the one with the using the chain to pin the thing down.
Pretty much.
You know, the amazing plan I had made, and then when we got people out, and I was in a completely fine condition, they said no, go to the surface anyway.
Sounds about right.
There you are.
Hello.
To give some understanding, technically the mission wasn't over yet. At least the other half wasn't. Unless they were telling that at the end when the other half got out.
Yes, I'm talking about how we went in and got people out, and we followed them. And
When they cleared the way for us to actually get back out, even those that were in fighting condition were encouraged to retreat.
I don't blame them. If anything, we needed to wait until the full missions are over. And then Ignis would go in, and whoever wanted to follow could. At least that was my perception of it. But it really wasn't specified, technically. But when we planned the other half.
To be fair, I don't know if the second part, at least the way that it ultimately was executed, was ever part of the plan in the first place, but that also was completely ignoring. Yeah. That was before we knew that it was effectively a setup.
Say, Aldrin, you think you've got enough control of that thing to whip it around someone's weapon and pull it out from their hand?
Shit, I could give it a go.
Maybe when we're on the surface. I'd like to see you try.
It's probably easier to like skirt it along the ground, wrap it around like an ankle or something, and just yank it.
Probably.
I mean, either way, imagining that there's going to be no shortage of more people from the setting sun that are going to try to oppose us once we catch up to them.
Probably.
So you'll probably have more than ample opportunities to test that theory.
Yeah, I feel tested.
Maybe we could do some spas today if you really want to. But we have to avoid getting injured too much. Likely will be best to use shrouds. We don't know when Leviathan's showing its face. Some people said 2 to 3 days, some said 2 to 4.
We have a time frame.
The beating hasn't gotten stronger. So it is potentially stalled out briefly. For what purpose, I don't know, but it hasn't gotten any closer to the point that the impact from each step is felt more.
It's not very fast.
Oh, believe me, I'd prefer I didn't, but at least for the sake of preparedness, it's an unfortunate sacrifice to have to put up with it. It is very unpleasant, though.
So, how many of you are experienced in using ballistas or catapults?
From Aqua? Or just me?
Just in general. You, but everyone here.
Catapults not too much, but at least based off the memories that I have from her, some experience utilizing ballista from previous engagements. Although, to be fair, one of them was a bit of a divine construct by one of the others, but it functioned ultimately the same.
Oh.
It was a prior member of Aqua.
Why do I feel like that's unfair, Hill?
It's not, because I said prior member of Aqua.
Right, you said prior, sorry.
It was
a divine ballista to be used one time.
If I remember correctly,
Yeah,
it was their name was Rom.
Maybe that could be your next spell idea, Adrian. Divine Ballista.
I can assure you from at least the memory of how it worked before, it shot a rather large rift beast that resembled, honestly, a flying version of those things out by the cactus patches out there, right out of the sky. It was a very vicious spell. And able to be contained within Lefariel's barrier up until they opened a opening through it like they can do. So it was actually a protectable position.
No, I just tend to throw it instead of making a thing to shoot it for me.
Right, you have your javelins.
Yep.
Maybe a divine supersized javelin.
I mean, that's technically...
About that.
Sounds like he's ahead of you on that. If I'm
reading
that
right.
right.
I mean, if people want to see, you know.
Never did.
Mana cost is fairly high, but you know.
Well, I mean, if it's a matter of knowing what you are able to do and what things to watch out for in case there's a risk of friendly fire, probably good to do that now before there's a giant leviathan bearing down on us.
You should be cautious with your mana, at least, though. If it shows up today, could be an issue. But I would like to see it at some point. I remember you mentioning it, some parts of it.
Hello.
I'm getting so sick of all these rabbits.
Wait, there's more than
Why do you
one?
have a rabbit? Apparently it's Umbra's now. Apparently it was eating Gorelli's hair this morning.
Oh.
Why does Umbra have a rabbit?
Why? Okay, I was confused about like the first rabbit anyway. One of them's dying, and now we have more.
Well, there were always more than one from what I know, but, the one that...
Vespa has one, Murdesh has one, and now we have this boy.
Why the
What's it-
fuck do
what's
we
it
even
called?
have rabbits in the first place?
We don't know. Aureli's not given them a name yet.
I don't know
Why is
about
it
the
Aureli's
ones,
rabbit?
but I know what the, one that's
'Cause it was the
dying,
the one
what
that
it
found
was
them.
special about it.
It
You
was
just
on her
found them
pillow.
out in the desert? Under her pillow?
No, on her pillow, not under. On her pillow. We don't know, but it's already domesticated, which does confuse me a bit.
I'm not touching that one.
Same boat. I'm pretty neutral. How do you? Yeah. Ling.
Does anyone know what this is?
Did they set
Air
the...
protect device.
Oh, did
We are going to
they
be
move
trying
it
to
out of
put
the
it
lab?
Yes, we're going to be trying to find a place to put it. I believe, from what I heard, they're going to
Ah,
put it
yeah,
at the
it was-
location of where the spear was.
Yeah, that was the suggestion I
That's what
gave, but...
Jackson was trying to tell me to
Yeah,
grab.
I would... No, be careful about going in there. It's very, stuffy, shall we say. But that's... It's all the stuff that we need is sitting out here. Believe me, it is dangerous to go in there right now. In ways I can't even explain.
Over
It's a
here.
whole
You willing to help me
world that
carry
I
this
don't
pig
even
down?
understand, so... You're carrying it down now?
Give me a second. I have to
Jackson was grabbing me to do it.
Oh, well, if you... The part that they're going to need, like, everyone large with this thing, like, it's... Like...
That's pretty much...
This big. Like, it's huge. Like, you're standing right next to the edge of the device.
Pretty much, almost.
Do you need help with it?
I'll be fine. I'll get some.
I have
Don't
strong
you
enough
worry
arms.
yourself.
have LaFrance standing
All right, then I'll get some more to help.
But these things right here should be able to be carried by one person each. They're just like they're like little stands, basically.
Got it.
Go, big guy.
Oh. But the idea is going to be arranging them in a well, I'd say a circle, but there's only 3 of them, so a triangle, probably around the center of the basically the burn region on the ground.
Well, he's been taking every morning to go running and...
As for where that needs to be set, just needs to be set close enough that they can all be connected into it.
You willing to help with the door?
Work out as well.
I mean, I can get the door. I don't have anything in my hands.
I should get
Thank you.
done personally.
Thank you.
You can get away with. You are naturally big.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Yep. And then
Sorry.
Back over here, Amber.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I was testing you guys. Good morning, Michael.
Let's see. Where would be... It might be good to try to test how far each one can interconnect between each other to know how many more we'll need to cover a whole rift. So, set them at least on the edge where they're not, like, in the black. So, like, one right there, maybe. And then another over there, and then probably, like... Yeah, one there, one up there, probably, and then the last one, like, here. roughly a triangle. So that one here, that one like more kind of like a bit to your left, right about there-ish. Okay. Okay. So there's that one there, and then the last one is like over there somewhere. We'll arrange it roughly in the we can play with it a bit some.
I'll grab some other person and try to help me grab everything else.
Yeah, it's just the generator and console that's meant to connect to all three of these. Probably the best place is just trying to find it somewhere that's as level of ground as possible, so potentially either right here or right in the front of it, like in front of this one. Yeah, like basically like right here, channels into that one, and then it should try to spread the divine to the other ones and complete the connections between them.
Don't do that.
Oh, it feels so good. It's so warm. And
Yeah. So
like a nice
when they bring it down, have them put it right here, and then we'll have it set up so that it'll channel into this one, and it'll shoot out to the other ones. We should probably make sure that they have proper line of sight to each other, because the dunes are a little bit, might have to bring this one up a bit. Several people.
Be me and a couple others.
Probably,
need to worry about right
probably
now.
the Fron, Ivir.
Why don't you use the feather fall? Would it work on the feather fall?
No.
I
let's
would.
not risk that.
I was going to say, if they drop that, that's a lot of time lost.
That's days of research.
Yes. So
Well, we could drop it down the stairs trying to get it down. Like,
it's a lot
That's a
easier
lot.
to hold
That's why we're
hold
trying to get
something
more
without
people.
having to navigate the strangeness of falling at a slower pace than you're used to. Either way. Actually. Yeah, so there's that one, there's that one. That one probably needs to be moved a bit more over this way, now that I see it a bit more clearly. So, more like... here. Perfect. Basically encompasses all of the crater. Alright.
A little bit. Just really worried.
Alright. Fun. Alright, well, all of the pylons are in position. Where are the other techs at?
I won't keep you if you need to follow him.
Are they up on the deck?
Exactly how much men I had in terms of
we just got the
arbitrary number. I'd
the
say
pylons arranged into
Oh, is it
position.
down?
Yeah, the pylons are in position.
Oh.
The console hasn't been moved yet. See that one down there towards the front? There's a bit of a level
Yes.
ground area right there. I think putting it there and having it channel into that one to then project out to the other two
I understand.
is the
Yeah.
best case, because everywhere else is too slanted. I'd be worried that it would
Are there any on this side on the left?
It's more of a so I can one second, I can just stand on top of them real quick. I can get down there really easily. I'll show you
Okay.
exactly where they are.
Can I direct you a little? Would
Sure.
that be okay?
Yeah, sure. Just yell down.
Sure. Okay.
So this one.
That's pylon 1.
Yep. Pylon 1 is right here.
Right.
To the right.
Move it right. burn mark.
My right or yours?
Right.
Okay.
Yours.
Just tell me when to stop.
A little bit closer to the edge. That's good.
Right.
And then on the other side, could you get the far side and move it left toward the corner more?
The one over that way?
Yeah.
Okay. So more to here.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right.
Could you move that one up a little toward the edge?
The last one? Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So here.
That's good. That's
line-
good. Thanks.
Line of sight? Yes.
Yeah.
And then the console will go right here on the flat ground, projecting to that one, and it has line of sight on the other two.
Copy. Sounds good. Seems good. Itself is supposed to make a barrier, so we'll see. I don't know if it'll do anything here, but well, it's generally corrupt area from a sort of rift.
It's the closest thing we have to being able to actually test it without trying to find
Do
a
you
rift
think
or
you'd be able
execute
to
it.
operate the console?
Okay.
Yeah, as long
For
as
the test?
as long as I don't use this hand.
Okay.
But I still
Yeah,
have
that sounds good.
I still have access to divine. There's plenty of it in my body, right on my back.
You feeling okay?
Yes. Well, I mean,
Okay. Yeah, I think
as good as I can be given the circumstances.
non-occultic magic, as you know, non-occultic magic. I think we should have you operating the device. We'll have Orion on one of the pylons and Laurium on the other here, and the third one, Murtesh, our divine caster.
Sure.
And that's 3 people already, I think, ready to go. So
Yeah.
I
I was
think
gonna say I have
Orion.
I have her memories about what she did to find out that her body could explode a opalite just by touching with the hand when it was changed. I don't want to share in that experience.
Murtesh, I think.
What?
Oh, that's the goal.
I have something opalite on me, so I'm gonna just back away. Just
Okay, no. I'm fine right now. If it was altered into the larger claw, it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
I was about to say.
They made.
That'd be really awkward.
No. They made Celine test it to find out, and it blew up in her hand as soon as she changed it. It hurt a lot.
Yeah, that
So-
sounds like it would hurt a lot, especially with something blowing up in your hand.
Yeah, there was a lot of shards, and they had to pick it out for quite a while.
I'm surprised you didn't lose the hand. Like,
It was a very tiny sliver, just enough to basically
Okay.
kind of like if you were holding a glass in your hand and it shattered. It was like that, except with force going into
I'll
it.
them together, and then we'll just all be out there and be good. And
Yeah.
I guess I'll hit you up with the thing I just used.
Yes, please.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think I hear them going down there. I'll help them set up. All right, over this way. Bring it over to me.
Turn. We're going this way. We're coming this way. We're coming this way. We're coming this way. This way.
Start turning. I'll be right.
Yep.
Don't eat the smoke. Come on. It smells awful.
All right. You're good? Bring it down to this flat part right here.
Don't slip.
So just come sideways down. Come sideways down.
Yep. A bit more this way. Bit more this way. Flat region right here. Yep. Yep.
And then drop it really slowly.
And gentle, watch your fingers.
All right. And perfect. All right.
Yeah, good job.
And then just take this part and
I gave you my muscles
run
for
it.
a reason, and it was worth it. Now both of our powers are combined in one small body.
There.
I gave up my muscles so Orion could.
Everything is effectively ready. We have the console. Everything's in position around the burn. Now all we need are people to give it
I'm
life.
going to be honest, he could grow. Have you seen his pics lately?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll probably head around that soon. No, I have to wait for later.
Thank you.
It's like a bloodline travel.
Shit.
I promised them a trophy.
Like, if God forbid one of us perishes
He
one
deserves
day, the other one's gonna get the other one's all the muscle mass.
I'll make a little black iron trophy for you.
Oh, are you one of the people that's learning how to forge the material?
Yeah. I think that'll be a bit useful.
How different is it compared to regular forging, out of curiosity?
No idea.
Man, I know what a book is.
But you're learning how to do it.
If you...
If you guys are talking about
name's
black
killing
iron
me, that's the
forging,
shame.
I wrote down the instructions that the blacksmith showed me when he was showing me how to forge the ally in great detail. It was in the Aethertech Lounge.
So how difficult of an ally was it to make? At least like once with the instructions, obviously.
You don't have to, of course.
It was pretty quick. It's just that I don't think we have the equipment to do it just yet. I've been trying to tell other Aether technicians and such, but usually they're either all doing separate things or like they won't listen.
Nice.
But
I would be more than fascinated to read your notes later, just to see what they all shared.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, the major hurdle right now is getting enough heat to actually melt the alloy together.
That I gave to me.
They had a
even with the
super smelter.
Even with the smelter that we made for the opalite metal, it's not hot enough for that.
Our current smelter is about maybe a tenth of the size of their smelter.
Oh!
And they needed at extraordinarily high temperatures in order for it to melt properly.
Maybe it's a thing to... Actually, wait, no, I was like Colin Solace heated up with his fire, but who knows what magical fire would do.
We put together some ideas for maybe having that work by having him simply heat up the air around it.
Yeah.
If you don't directly channel the mana into it, it won't affect it.
Yes, that's how smithing goes.
And you gotta keep like a circle.
Alright.
Yeah, I think if you just have the cast, it would just work out.
Alright.
I don't know.
If you do a helmet, that's fine, because then I can do the frame.
I don't know what I'm here for.
Potentially to help provide some of the mana for powering the pylons, more than likely. Yeah, it's all right here.
Fuck. It was a lifting competition at the end.
This is the weird part to explain, I think, because it's in itself a ritual. It's just mechanized a bit.
Well, I'm reading up on rituals like every day, basically, for the last 3 to 4 days.
Do you know about the, emotional connection part and the faith and all that?
Sure, that's part of it. Yeah.
I think
the general idea.
Along with your divine mana output directly, I think it'd be important to try and focus your attention into that, whether we're testing this or not, because I think that's kind of what it's designed to do.
Yeah.
Trying to provide a conduit for your intent, basically.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. So, but the general idea of how this is going to work is the energy is going to start from the main console over there, go into the first pylon, and wash over your side, and then make a connection, a closed circuit. As it goes around again, you'll run into more of your mana, and then multiply the effect, and if it stabilizes,
sure,
it should focus downward within the region that's enclosed.
We should see something like a ring form.
We're making our own spiral. Yes, cycle.
I think that is a hyperbolized way to put it.
A triangular spiral, yes, but the real thing will have far more points of interest.
We're going for the circular design, and we're making do with the shape we have. I think this is actually better than it probably looks.
I mean, it's the bare minimum to even test the concept, because it's a minimum amount of points to make a closed ring.
I think it'd be good if you tested the console.
Yeah.
So that we know other Aether technicians. I'm sure we're capable enough. You can be on this first pylon. Yeah, Orion. And Laurium, you're more experienced as a mage, so I think the second. And then, if you need to communicate,
I don't know what I'm doing, so you might want to tell
If
me.
you need to communicate, feel free to yell if we can't hear each other well. So.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh, so it's similar to what I told, Murtesh here, but what was basically doing is there's a couple finger holes in front of the, pylon in front of you. You just want to focus your mana into that like you would with, an Aether device if you used one, or a spell, the
What
point
have
of
I
mana.
never done. Okay, just like a spell. Got it.
Like a spell. Okay, when Celine's ready, she'll let us know. Probably
Ready?
there's a countdown.
Ready whenever.
We gotta let the DMs know what's happening, so they know if they're not already.
DM present.
Cool. Okay. I'm ready when you guys are.
Alright. I'm gonna start providing the console mana in 3, 2, 1. Initiating the connection.
Hands on them, guys.
Okay. So, previously, before you powered this device on, you may have noticed that there was just a bunch of kind of free-flowing, like devoid of life-esque vibes coming from this area. It's not necessarily rift-like in nature, but it is very, very occultic. Once these devices are powered, starting from where Orion is standing, pinging all the way to Lorium, and then to Murtesh, and then back to Orion in a triangle, that space within the triangle is sealed off. Anything outside of that triangle
Good.
Still feels a bit devoid, but if you were to stand in this, it's kind of like nullified. It's not making it go away, it's not making it dissipate, but it's certainly not getting worse. It certainly doesn't feel better. Sort of like barrier for occultic energy. This will last 30 minutes in total, 1 minute per mod. 30 minutes.
Alright, everything looks stable on this end. None of the outputs are overbearing and burdened.
Okay, let me check up top and see what we have.
Yeah, how's it
Keep
looking up
focusing,
there?
guys, you're doing good.
I can't see much out there.
Done something. Looks good, promising, right?
The energy on the inside is weaker.
Feels a lot.
How does it feel?
To be around.
I was going to say, how does it feel close to it from the outside?
Better?
Yeah.
Hmm.
More lively.
Perhaps the effect might be stronger with more points of contact. So we'll need to consider that when building up more. So it'll also
There's
provide
a
more
weaker
mana.
rift to worry about, and then there's also, I'd imagine, with the amount we're going into rift, an active rift like that one, it's an unstable pool of occult. It's not an effect left behind by a tool. Are they good? Do you think they can power down now?
Yeah, so at least they don't need to channel any further. It might be self-sustaining for at least a little bit.
Okay. Okay, guys.
You can back away, see if it drops out when you stop channeling.
No fading. Okay. Yeah, come look at this.
This is wild. I mean, quite honestly, I do think that this might actually have...
This is our first real step.
This might actually do what you're hoping it will. At least once the, once it's put into practice against something that is active and providing more.
Yeah, this will be a lot more.
Possibly we just didn't put in enough.
Well, it's not even just put.
what I
We
can
can
tell-
only put in so much per point of contact, otherwise you might overload the opalite. So
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
If this went wrong, we would have more occultic energy coming from here, which means this does stabilize right, and the designs are good enough to at least hold. I'll give it a once over tonight, make sure the machine's in good order.
If I were to
And we need to work on
estimate
the
this amount of
pylons for the
mana
rift itself.
Got it.
If
Yes.
I were able to estimate the amount of mana we took to close the shallowing, I'd say 2 more points. That's all that we would have needed.
At minimum would be 5,
minimum,
but
of
we'd
course.
probably the more points we have, the more that can be provided at once without
I imagine,
overloading any particular point along
we could
the
use
path.
a good half of the initiative actually to do the real thing when it comes to
Did you
a
need
real
divine
test.
mana
And
for this, or
the
was
mana
it any-
itself.
Anything
type
that
of-
is
That was Montesh's job.
non-occultic.
Non-occultic.
Montesh provided divine mana, which is why the
Then
ring
that
fired off
means-
so quickly.
I also
But we're hoping to get the same
provided
effect
divine.
on actual rift.
Divine makes it fire faster because it doesn't
it
need to
works with
convert
yours,
it, but similar to how
is good.
Aetheryte
I mean, it's not
can
complicated.
convert
It's
different kinds, Opalite,
Did
when
anything
set up
different happen on
correctly,
your
which he has actually done,
Just channel.
can convert
Yeah, just channel.
elemental into divine.
That's incredible.
So,
Well, Belite's been
Cool.
capable of that for a while, which is good, but
it was
boosts
just
the
finding the
effect,
right
or any divine user does.
runes first.
With a bigger rift as well, we'll need more divine users to commit a synchronized effect, and
Jackson,
mages probably lining along
I
that
think
as
you're
well.
underselling this. You have the actual beginning step of this.
It's not me, Lorium. It's everyone here, and we're not done.
Yeah, but you were the one who first put the idea together to at least spark the inspiration everyone else.
I saw a pattern.
So you just gotta
Everyone else could
go to
see
the
it.
next step. Next, I guess, which is
Yeah.
bigger and
Bigger
On a rift.
and yeah, we need a
Uh,
live
everything is over,
test.
We should
basically
get what we can from them. If anyone's interested to go to the Undercity to see what this is going to look like, transportation-wise, you're all invited too. I know me and Michael at the very least.
Put together a cart or something.
Yeah, we're going to need, especially just to get it down the gap in the tower. We're going to need to have some
I'd
kind of
imagine we
ramp
need
to
a
get
good
it
couple of
down.
squads.
But this went
If you have
better
time,
than
just
I
take
could.
some quick sketches, notes, size-wise on this. I gotta go find Tara.
Yeah, I already did.
Jack is, but I'm not.
I'll try my best to sketch
Letting you
it.
know that Jack's experiment is actually working as the first step.
Oh, really?
For now, at least.
It's actually still, the effects are still lingering over there. If you get close to the region within the triangle of those pylons, the feel of that scar is notably different
It
than the
feels like
outside.
life is
Far
there.
lit.
You don't feel
Yeah,
like
it's
this
quite
alone.
diminished.
Oh, wow.
Which is,
okay.
it's promising.
What do we do?
But,
Do you have to do anything now immediately, or do you have like
No.
10 minutes?
But she's just reporting the effects to you. I have 10 minutes,
Okay.
we can go. Over what we need. I was going to go down to the other
just
city
all
with
of
the others.
Terra.
soon.
We just had a meeting. I want to show you guys where we're probably going to
Yeah.
end up fighting the Leviathan soon, and like positions and such. So we're all on the same
Copy
page.
that. Where's Penny?
Either way, boss.
He just went to go grab something, so he'll be out. He's quick.
Okay.
But
Done with the test.
main idea is we're going to be moving a lot of stuff.
How did it go?
Chances are we're gonna be
Notably better than I think any of us could have hoped. It's definitively having a difference on the region there. Before it was activated, felt devoid of anything alive. It basically felt like the entire area was dead there. As soon as they powered it on, the region encompassed within the area of effect from the pylons felt alive again.
I'll probably be doing
And likely,
instead of the
we may not see immediate results from it right now, but it could change over a bit of time, and with more points of contact, the effect might be more rapid, which we'll need to in order to encircle a rift properly anyways.
She seems kind of under by the ship, so.
I think this will actually do it. Or at least it'll contain it properly.
She's nice. I do worry for the fact I don't.
Alright, I need to pick up something from my conscious Fitch. The rest of the team have them meet here, and we'll go over what talk.
Alright. Meet down here, or in the ship.
Right out here.
Got it. I'll wait here.
With the thing you're working on, you cleared up some of the, what is it, the occultic kind of like magics around, I guess? Is that?
It hasn't exactly cleared up yet, but it's with the amount of points of contact we had and how much mana we could put into it, we may not immediately see any drastic effects, but with more points
It
of
wasn't a
contact...
clashing barrier was the point. The connection that was left behind by the spear to the Umbra has greatly diminished in relation to this barrier, which means it creates the effect of stabilization in Astrea. So, in a way, we've reinforced a sort of shallowing field, but at the same time, it's not directly a shallowing. You guys can actually go see there's a ring between the pylons there. It's sort of a...
Probably with the amount of mana everyone's spent on it, it'll probably be
pyramid
active for another, probably say 25 minutes before it
That is
dissipates.
something-
But once it
Yeah,
dissipates, I would probably not move it until the ring dissipates naturally, because it might get unstable if someone removes one of the points.
What were the results?
The area inside the ring of effect from the points, if you stand outside of it, feels basically dead, like one would expect from what that spear was supposed to do, but inside, it's the exact opposite. There's a sense of life. It feels like the land actually healed underneath it. It's just not a rapid, immediate response.
Excuse me for...
But with more points of contact, more mana, more casters, it'd probably be quicker, and it'd probably be more, well, able to actually fight against something actively leaking out energy like a rift. That would be the next step, is scaling up the amount of points and trying it on a, well, a live test, for lack of a better word.
That's a relief. That's good.
Or at least it's working as a barrier for now. Stop.
Awesome. Alright, let's
Alright, did you guys see Amber out here?
Let's start walking.
No, I think they went back inside. She was helping move some of the equipment down. I don't know if she...
We must have just missed her.
I don't know if she went back inside, but I don't think she went anywhere else.
Appreciate it.
What are you looking for?
They were looking for Amber.
Oh, she went down to the city and... somewhere.
Did she commission a weapon or something? I mean...
I feel like she's down in the city and won't be around for the rest of the day.
Oh, one of those situations, got it.
Yeah.
No one else present?
I couldn't find Astrea. He might be in the Undercity. I figured that would be too far to run quickly and come back, but...
Oh, look, he's up and about.
Very well. Alright then, the two of you with me.
He might...
Understood.
He's probably still guiding the raccoon person.
Did you get more context on, I guess, where they came from? They sound like they were, like, halfway across the continent.
They're from Fevira, same town as Astrea.
Really?
Their father has gone to the Grand Market, and so they have been moving that way since.
Are you both aware of the location of the oasis?
I am not, but I have been told of the general direction.
Then we'll go there first.
Very well. All I remember being told was just run out this way, kind of follow the cliff.
Aye, that'll do it.
Well, then... I would have found it eventually if I was told go to the oasis, but... much rather go there when it's not urgent.
If you're out on the dunes, a good reference is the crashed ship.
Understood.
As far as I'm aware, this be the only way through into it.
Ah. A fairly narrow entrance at that. Which I assume is the point of pointing it out.
Is Ivory behind?
No. There were other people up on the top of the dune that we were walking by. He might have drifted off that way, but I imagine he can. He's smart. He can figure it out.
I pointed out because this is where the airship is going to be when we intend to engage with the beast.
So this will be our fallback point if everything goes, well, completely messed up.
Not quite, but it will be where the ship is kept.
Got it.
And worst case, if we need to, this will be where we flee. Do you hear that too? Not just me.
No, I heard it. I'm not sure if spiritually we should return or not.
That is a very good question, and I don't think there's a respawn point anywhere near.
I'm going to just... I'll hope that if we were supposed to hear anything... okay, I think it's real.
The Leviathan on the foot.
Alright, guys.
Just like, you hear that too?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Alright, good session, everybody! Good
session! Yeah! Let's go! Good sesh!
Next week. Alright. So,
the end of one leg.
So
something... Okay, this is definitely not everybody.
No.
We're just gonna keep...
Hit it again! Kill them!
What is this? A bandit mask?
Wow. Look at that. Food immediately caused them to leave.
Yeah, she is.
How can you not even just follow?
No, my headset crashed. So I just kept walking. I ended up where the ship originally landed.
Lamau.
Just death of the
No joke. I was walking for a solid minute, and I was just sitting there I can't stop.
We are having an issue. Something with this week's map is causing people to crash pretty regularly. So what we're going to do is we are going to open a new instance using last week's map. So there are going to be some things that are missing, but at this point it is kind of required.
Yeah, but it's appreciated. We can fever remind it.
I'll see Tara. It's gonna be a hot minute till I'm back.
Thank you.
I'll see you in 30
Go, go, go!
There you go. You can preload the map if you need.
Oh, thank God! Oh, thank God! I was afraid that we were going to see the stars again along a ruiner. I'm pretty sure it's the device is something's murdering us. That's one way to get people's attention. Kill! We trying to use Opalite to close a rift? Yes! Yes, we are. Explodes you with map items.
Oh my gosh, it's Trin!
Hello.
Oh my god, he's my favorite Benoy. They're also, well, actually, they're not the
Thank you,
only.
thank you.
They're not the only Benoy. There's two Benoys, but you're my favorite.
Yes.
Don't tell the other one.
Well, thank you, thank you. I woke up and there was a new Benoy in my bed.
Oh yeah, I heard, and it was eating your hair.
Yes, it was chewing on it. Yes, it's my son.
Your
I
son.
think
dude.
my son.
Fucking heard it, dude.
Your son.
You like my fade?
Yo, let me see. Let me see your fade. Let me see your fade,
Check
boy.
out my fade.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's gonna go hard like 1,000 years from now.
See. Yeah, dude, you don't even know. They'll write books about me.
I helped make
healer
the triangle of
New
happiness.
fashion trend.
Yeah. The divine fade.
There is one important thing, though. With half your face being burnt like that, it's very good that the Batman from season 2 or season 3 is still here.
Someone like completely unaware that they're hitting the button and then it's just going off.
Yeah, no, the first time it was hit, I was sitting there like, what was that, an accident? And then they hit it like 2 more times, like, oh no, okay, no, that was real.
Yeah.
Congrats on motherhood. Congrats on motherhood. Well done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Raccoon! Look at her fuzzy arms!
She's got beans!
So what does it do?
So accidents happen, or at least fine.
Beans!
She's got beans!
That's so
God, she's so cool.
That's what it is. Dude, I didn't like how well he did that. What the fuck?
So guys, we're considering the screaming in the middle of session. That was canon, right? That was canon, right?
That was beautiful. I felt the earth shake.
And it was canonically Refrain screaming at the top of his lungs.
Why me? What?
Because he misses his wife.
I'm gonna see you right here.
I miss my wife.
Hey everybody, just letting you all know that once you get in the map, you can absolutely head straight in and resume RP.
I mean,
Wilkie, you want to like kind of try to speed run back to Oasis? I need to go AFK real quick. I'll be able to go back in, but
okay.
Yeah.
I'm freaking out.
Yeah, give me like a minute and then I can go back in with you. Look at them, they're cool. Yeah, they just said you could go back in.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like really bad when you look that way. Yeah. Teleport to the forge.
Is this the pyre?
Yeah, I'm just gonna show her where it is.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. No, there's something going on. Like we might not actually be able to use this one either. There's massive problems if you look in that direction for a lot of people, and like in massive.
Oh yeah, I'm getting it too.
The Oasis.
Yeah, I was wondering why I was chugging. Let's see how it is in map.
It's not last week's map. It's 2 weeks ago at least. Yeah. Because the pyre is there. Oh my god. Yep, a bunch of people are. I'm gonna poke around a little bit.
Okay, I'm back.
In frames.
Loads of people are saying about it if you look that way, so just don't look that way.
That's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't touch it. We have a pyre. It's fine.
We have a pyre, but I mean, if the problem is the frame rate lag, but I can just delete the machine and we can then go back to the new one, like if we need to.
Do that?
So, like, let's see if it.
So where do we want to run from?
I will do it without your machine.
Do you know where the actual entrance is?
Okay.
I know.
And then,
okay.
I mean, the closest teleport. We probably need to go invisible briefly because there's nothing that's even close.
Out of character, run from the.
Oh wait, invisibility's broken.
Just clone me. Just clone me real quick.
I got a model.
Okay, well, I'll see you there.
That's so cool. Yeah.
Run. We think it's just the machine, though.
I think so.
That was the place where I was crashing. Was looking at that both times it happened.
Define looking at.
Like looking directly at the machine right next to it.
Were you in the workshop? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I died while looking.
We're setting up still, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're still waiting on this.
I'm right here, sorry.
They just got here.
I got held up because they were asking me where I was crashing and I was giving them context. Anyways.
Okay, cool.
Alright,
Yeah. Back down the tunnel because I was following you. A short distance, I saw you run by.
Okay. Then, cards back up. 3, 2, 1, go.
So yes, the reason I showed you here is because this is where we were intending to leave the ship when the beast arrives.
Got it.
It will also mean it will be the place that we are to run if the worst is to happen. So make sure you remember it.
Alright.
Also discussing the point of the ship being back here. Well, worst case scenario as well, don't forget that we do have a pilot. They may be able to move the ship in an emergency. Quick land over where we are.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I think one of the main reasons may have been to make sure that the ship isn't in view in case the Leviathan decides to something again.
Yeah, throw something at it like it did
Perhaps
the
we should
upper
build some
one.
supports in this tunnel then. That way, if the Leviathan does hit someone chasing.
Yeah, if that
At
tunnel
least we go down in one
collapses, it's that's basically.
If we have
going
enough
be a
time
huge
to spare
problem.
to do it, but we are running very little on that.
I'm not doing anything tonight. I can put up some logs at least.
Yeah.
Should be simple, basic supports.
Yeah, I'll probably be helping more with getting more of the pylons prepared for the well, theoretical rift closer. We won't know for sure until we actually try it. And that's where the ship is. Where... I assume, like, out in this general area, but whereabouts are they hoping to try to actually directly combat it?
That's where we're going next.
Perfect.
A sense of deja vu out here. This is where the ship was, wasn't it?
I wouldn't know. That was before I came here.
So our hopes are that we'll be able to initially engage from this rock. Set up some sort of siege weaponry up there tonight.
Got it.
We expect it to be coming from the north, so it could really come from most any direction that way.
Yeah. That
But
looks like
hopefully
it
we
has
can
to-
keep it out here for some... Well, ideally as long as possible. hold out with what little siege weaponry and the like we'll have set up. And our fallback point will be in the ruins over there, where the majority of our defenses are going to be placed. The final line that is not to be let beyond is that second pillar that's standing in the sand. There's also the pit over there. There's talk of potentially trying to persuade the creature over that way that it might
accidentally fall into a pit.
An obstacle, aye. That will just have to come down to how good we are at grabbing its attention, I suppose.
Well, at least based off my memories of how the fight went last time, at the very least Penny was very good at pestering it from the air to become a point of frustration that it followed him for a little
Penny
while.
also got turned into a pancake for doing that, so maybe we don't do it again.
He seemed quite insistent on being able to.
It's more of a he's probably going to do it anyway sort of thing.
Also, just in case you are unaware, we've gone through this as one of the entranceways into the actual area. There's another further ahead, smaller, much smaller.
Yeah, that's where I saw not the person from today, but the other day that showed up. That's where I saw them coming in from. The one that kind of leads towards that area with the, like, weird isolated tree.
And just in case you've yet to see it, the pit.
It is a pit. No, I don't know.
What's in the pit?
They went over what it likely was. I don't remember the name.
Is it worms?
Something along those lines. Whatever it is, it's large and nasty, and you don't want to find yourself falling in it yourself.
Yeah, I'll refrain from approaching the pit then.
Aye, and the other entrance is this way. Good to know, just in case something happens over that side and you need a way out of the little alcove.
Got it.
Ideally, that pillar is the last point because we don't want the thing crushing down that tower that gives us access to the city below, trapping those folk down there.
Okay.
But should the worst happen and we are called for a full retreat,
Ivy, Angel might be looking for you in a bit. They were talking about something regarding demons.
Alright.
Aye.
Alright, well.
Full retreat is called. We'll want to get out and get that oasis, what remains of that temple or church, whatever is going to be. Where we bring back wounded and have them treated.
Okay.
We want to make sure that we get whoever we can out from there as well.
I'd say sounds simple enough, but it's a Leviathan we're talking about. It's not going to be.
If you find any of the others ambling about, weren't around this morning, do let them know. That's about all that was just talked about in the meeting.
Okay.
Very well.
Well, I can at least confirm that the pounding from its footsteps from afar has not gotten any stronger, so I think we may still be on a similar time frame.
The sound would be dulled.
It's not the sound that I'm feeling. Remember, it's connected to
It is.
us.
Still sand.
Well, how about it hasn't changed any in the recent days, so I think it's not getting may have had to take another way around wherever it's going. I don't know. I'm not a Leviathan. I will not pretend to know what they do.
Umbra or Terra, since those are the ones with spots on the teams.
New person.
Hi. No, I don't.
Have you seen Andrew?
Earlier today.
He's looking for me.
He was talking about going
A lot
back
of
down
things
to
happening.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
that's good to know.
in the Undercity.
Apparently it was something about demons.
You're welcome to join us, though.
Demon metal, yes.
Again, that's I'm very familiar.
Excellent. We were discussing it.
Our nemesis is a demigod called Shoth, who's the son of Arena, goddess of destruction.
I'm not a sword.
All right.
We'll keep moving
He
on.
frequently shows up to harass us. It's an ongoing thing.
If you
Sometimes
see
he
him,
tempts
stab him.
people.
Morning.
Or don't. We're not
Good morning.
100% sure on what to do
He's
because he
big and
stabs
purple.
someone
He
the
wears
other
a
night.
fancy.
Just face
He's
the
big,
greenhouse.
he's kind of tall, slender, purple. Wears a fancy outfit.
Expensive haircut.
You
Shitty.
see anyone that matches that description, stab them.
Well, maybe.
All right, whatever that
Maybe
means.
don't do that.
But right, by purple, he means like hair,
Oh, right, yeah,
clothes,
not-
skin,
not Umbra
everything
team.
is a
Also,
dark-
you hear
stab Angel.
constant
Don't stab
whispering
Angel.
all around him just by being in proximity. That's the easier giveaway.
Airship or something. I feel like it keeps
So
spreading.
weird,
Ask
creepy
someone
man
if you
with
should
whiskers
stab
that's
them.
purple.
Just ask someone if you should stab them. Honestly, probably best.
Basically, because of this problem that we have, try to be with at least one other person at all times.
Unless you're a really good, like.
In the way that you've been spreading your mana into the ground to sense vibrations and things placements.
No, that's not what's going to happen. That would be the stupidest thing that people could do.
A little bit longer. You know, it's good to fall back.
Okay. I'm probably just gonna ask for a spearhead or something.
Willing to just give us supplies for right now, so if you have any requests, I'm sure they'd be willing to give you something.
Ooh.
And just would have got a bigger win about it.
So, okay.
Yeah.
This is the first one I've ever seen, at least.
It's pretty
Within
cool,
the week,
right? We
we
gotta
are
paint it
going to be fighting a Leviathan that is tall as,
Oh, wait,
if
no,
not
what am I
a
talking
little
about?
taller
Open
than that
up from
tower
below.
behind us. Some of them like that.
This is no offense, but are
Might
you
just be
sure
used
you're
to what we had
gonna-
it-
I know this is the
Yeah,
second
around it
time,
for, like,
supposedly,
week
from what I've been
with a
told, that
little
you fought it.
staircase
so.
to get up.
Yeah.
Who the fuck have you been talking to? They've been giving us the greatest, like, fuck up. It's not even like our
Yeah.
best hits.
I mean, I'm I was great
just told
at
that
getting
you
its
fought
attention
it
and running away.
once, So, you know, second time's a charm, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, also, there's a whole. We go. She knows about the opalite. Do we talk about the black iron?
Yeah, the black iron. You know what black iron?
I mean, if she's been down below that they...
supposedly? That's what
Yeah.
I've been
Sure.
told.
And he knows about the black iron. Okay. They really
That's
just
about it.
gave you basically a folder of everything that should have been labeled top secret, just like right off the bat. That's
I see.
fucking
I mean, that's the
amazing.
only thing I know besides people.
Do you know who founded the school?
No,
Alea Rosewood.
I don't really know.
That's why the name.
Who's that?
Rosewood. Oh, she was she was a very nice elf woman, and she was the vessel of Drudana, the goddess of creation. So this place was founded by the goddess of creation, Drudana, who is the goddess of hope.
We're just
and she's
speedrunning
also
this,
the
aren't we?
sister of Arena. Because I think that's known that they're sisters.
I'm just
wonder if he's gonna start telling
What?
the new people.
And also, I have a mission
So,
from. Yeah.
You've made
that's correct,
enemies
yeah,
of two gods?
one.
one god.
And a half.
Okay. Well, okay. We don't.
Well,
Chop's
and
kind of a god.
And 3/4 of Ordo.
Oh yeah, Ordo,
Riley's
the
from
church.
Ordo. How does that work?
Oh, yeah, they're
Oh,
pretty
it's a
fucked
whole
up about
thing.
it. Yeah.
It's
so
a
basically,
whole thing.
the Church of Ordo has been convinced to join. A bunch of the Ordo gods have joined Shoff. Someone's carrying around the cloak
What the
of
fuck
you know
is
the
happening?
god Scorn.
Scorn. Scorn dead.
Not
We have to respawn, guys.
He's one.
We have
He's
a
one
new
of the.
instance open.
Very sorry, everyone. We have a new instance open in Spawn. We have a portal open. You can come and pop in. But this map is lagging people out.
God, I can't believe you've done this.
Sorry again, everybody.
Chill session, by the way. I guess. I felt fine, but yeah. Fortunately, I could just go up onto the airship deck this time. Like, that's a quick recovery.
Like specifically when
Oh my gosh, it's a pretty black iron weapon. Wow.
Let me know.
Oh my gosh, boobs in my face.
I've got to now figure out how to tell you. Yeah,
Hell
it's not
yeah.
We got a relationship. It's just the fact that you shit at the work-life balance.
Thanks.
You know,
I like how they're just speed running the existential crisis for you.
Dude, they literally just took out all the stops and they're just like, yeah, person who started our institution was, the god of creation.
I know. I was
Oh,
sitting
yeah.
there. Yeah, no, you're getting
Oh my
trauma.
gosh,
You're
he looks
getting
so
trauma
cute,
dumped on.
Dude, I love doing that to people.
Trauma dumping, right?
Yeah.
Who the fuck
come here
are
real
you?
Yes.
Who the fuck are you?
What?
Hop to room 1.
Oh shit. Okay.
Don't ask why. It'll be a bit because I gotta come find you. So because I don't know where you are. Anyway.
Yeah, I won't tell you. I'm going in character.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I will come find you.
Okay.
And then once your conversation partners are back, you can be in character. That's totally fine.
We played some musical chairs. Alright, I'm not getting any drops. You getting any drops?
No, I'm feeling really good right
I mean, I was fine on this map until I went into the Aethertech workshop and then I saw the stars.
I looked left, earlier towards the whatchamacallit, the direction you're sitting, and immediately I started like almost crashing.
Yeah.
I couldn't even leave the instance. Every time I looked through the billboards, I died.
I had the freeze frame crash twice, and it was looking at the fancy device.
Okay, so alright.
They,
So far, so good.
I believe they deleted it from this, so it was either that or potentially the light that was added to like the deck was like freaking out. I don't know why it would, but because it shouldn't be active right now. It's not nighttime.
Where the fuck's Martash?
I don't know. Probably still loading.
We'll give him a minute and then we'll continue.
Bing chillin'.
Congratulations. You just got here, you have heat stroke.
Congratulations, you're getting trauma dumped with the plot.
Listen, no. Alright, we're back. Alright, ready?
Anyway, yeah.
Alright.
3,
So-
2, 1.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That where are we at? I was gonna mention you see the crater outside?
Leviathan.
What
Like
was
the little
that?
crater right out there. What's what?
What was what?
Did you not just hear that?
Was
No?
just someone shooting over there?
Yeah, that'd be Winters. Shooting at.
What'd she shoot?
Just
Something.
towards the sky. The
Did she
tower
just
over
shoot
there.
at the tower?
Yeah.
Yes.
Weird.
Why?
Maybe she sees like a
do
squirrel
people go up
or one of
there?
those new Ferrari. Did you guys see the new Ferrari they got?
There's new Ferrari?
Yeah, there's
I
a
mean,
looking one.
if people are working on the fortifications up there,
Okay, is this
yes.
a L'Oreal situation?
Oh no.
I don't know. There was this girl out in the wastes that we found. It was out there with a little pet. But it was just like on 2 legs, so I assume it was like a Ferrari. It could have been like Toriel. It was maybe
Do
a
you
Ferrari.
assume all birds are Ferrari?
What?
What?
Oh, because of the two-legged thing.
Depends on how upright they stand.
A flamingo.
Is this normal?
A Ferrari?
For him, yeah.
It's certainly one of the less bizarre tangents we've been on.
Like, what's the difference?
So, I just want to wrap my head around this. Y'all are here
Yep.
to stop the rifts, and you're making leeway, but supposedly you also interacted with the gods?
Yeah, well,
Frequently.
the gods told. I mean, it's not just we interact with the gods. The school was literally started by the goddess of creation, technically.
They won't
her vessel.
leave us the fuck alone.
So we're kind of locked in.
Sorry, I really can't tell if y'all are just crazy or if you're telling the full honest truth.
I just had a whole conversation
Either
about
way,
that.
The answer is yes to both.
Yeah.
No, all you need to do is hang out, and you'll see. That's it.
You'll see.
You just need to stay.
Just give it like a couple weeks until we get to the markets
How
and
are
see
you?
what's happening there.
I'm alright. We're briefing.
But
alright,
goof.
I'll leave you to
all
that
of
then.
this aside. Good God, those are big. I need you
Hey,
to understand
Songbird.
because you kind of seem to be a little
Hello.
iffy on what we do here.
How are you?
We are frequently
Kept myself
in
a
the
bit busy.
nexus of the most
The
dangerous places
device
in the
test
world.
over
Not
by
just
the
from
Scar
the Rift and the
actually
Rift
seemed
Beasts,
to
but by
show
rival
potential promise of
factions
having
looking to
a
either capitalize
good
or
effect on
further
something that is an
the
active
goals
connection to the
of the
abyss.
abyss.
Because we got Palvindor against us.
Oh,
It didn't-
progress?
They're working with.
Yeah.
As far as
It's
we know,
not
they're
sure
working with the
how
abyss,
much
the
it would have
abyss.
But they're
affected
taking advantage of.
Mhm.
because
They're trying to take advantage of it, right?
the
Yeah. But then we
connection
got,
is
like,
more
the
of
setting
a
sun,
lingering
who apparently are
remnant rather than an
Which is-
active
the whole thing, and then we got
gateway.
Their leader claims. We
So
forgot to
the
mention
next
that.
test
from the,
is
meeting.
required,
Their leader
which would
claims
be
to have been the one to
an
kill the
actual
crimes.
rift.
Oh. Okay.
Not the fun one thing to do, but yeah, it's gotta be done, so.
Oh yeah. Especially
While
since
you're
that
here,
means I would have to be fucking
Take a
close
look
to one to
around at
help
the number of people
operate
missing
things.
limbs and
Oh,
eyes and
boy.
bits of their body.
Never fun.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna notice a fair few.
But
Staying here
Anything on your end?
No. I've been mostly occupied with the tests and putting in a bit of a request for something like this of my own. At least it's a sidearm. What?
Is anyone down in the other Undercity currently?
I have no idea.
Well, I was gonna start bringing people down to look at the dimensions with me. You know the test site. So.
Oh, towards the rift itself?
Well, where the collapsed area is, but yes.
Got it.
I was gonna ask and see if you want to see if we can maybe try and reach out.
Maybe. Well, I don't want to think that way.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Let's go.
You're not like them. Otherwise,
I'll just let them know.
gonna see active combat.
In case you couldn't hear him from down below, he's preparing to try to get some people together to go down to the deep
are we
city.
finally doing that?
Well, get measurements for basically the area near the collapse to know how much needs to be cleared out.
That's what I was. That's what I was told earlier. I just didn't know when we were gonna do that.
It sounds like he's trying to do that about now-ish, so if you want to kind of go towards him, be my guest.
Sure.
But I need to take care of this first. Excuse me.
Yours or mine?
Not sure which one would be more likely to have intrusion.
Yours, probably.
Probably. Truth be told, I should try to let a similar message, shall we say. But I did not get a response either, but it's entirely possible it's because she couldn't.
It's possible.
Yeah. So the fact that you did is surprising enough in the context that it was. In a good way, I'd probably argue, but
I don't know if we try again.
Possibly, now that we're truly by ourselves.
That's the hope, at least. So.
Yeah. Though I don't know what will happen in either case.
I don't either. But
As much as I trust that it would be for the sake of not continuing any kind of aggressions, it's not her that I'm worried about. It's if anyone else comes across it.
Then let's only hope that if it does, we can get the privacy that we need. But I don't know. So?
It's the most... Yeah. It's more fitting.
It is. Aaron, you can hear us. The request is still the same. We want to speak to you. Just the three of us.
I wish that can be granted.
Hello again.
Pleasure to meet you.
It is, isn't it? I've heard word of you.
I hope good things at the very
Interesting.
least.
Of course.
She has been one very dear to me. Well, both me and her, I suppose.
As I've seen. It's
I
quite
tried.
evident, even in your appearances. You resemble one another.
No shortage of it being deliberate on the overall influence that has gone that way, but I am not against it. They are a good other half.
That I can agree with.
That said, it has never been a position to be able to speak like this, where it's been truly alone. Last we met was under considerably different circumstances, but there was one thing that I was confused by. How, in the midst of all of that, very rarely did you get the chance to speak of your own accord. It was usually Father speaking for you. Is that normal between you two?
In some cases. However, I can assure you that it's not, I guess, unwarranted. I have every power to, well, I guess, put him aside should it be necessary. Should I need a moment of privacy.
That is a relief, truth be told.
A relief.
That is true. As your sister said when she had intervened, it is not out of the being compelled or forced to that I cared about you. And part of my worry was that you were not getting a chance to express your own feelings on the matter when it was not him that she went there to see, but you.
Yes, it was, perhaps quite the surprise for both of us.
I can certainly say I did not expect it at all, but stranger things have happened. Though, did it make you happy the way that it ended?
You mean with my sister?
Yes. Was it the closure that
You know,
was hoped for?
no. Maybe not. Originally. She is family. How cruel it would be if I too wish the death of my own sister. But it's not like things weren't. Left unwarned.
Good things have ever been mended between the two of you, though. I do not fault what had happened. But sometimes things and actions that are done in the aftermath of something like that can lead to regrets. Actions that should never have been done. I guess my question to you is then, did you still hate her? Even after all that time?
I believe that there is a part of me that still loved her. But there's only so much that can be done. Until things need to change. When the interference is too much. When I was struck down, I couldn't believe her. After our fight. But even then, there was a part of me that hoped.
Truth be told, what you said, one of the few things you did say, I didn't disagree with. Those hands that you've had the ability to create. The place there that I was kept was beautiful. It was everything that the people here told me the Abyss couldn't be. And if that was what the Abyss was like, I do not fault anyone for wanting to have the ability to know what it is like to have a place that one can create for their own. Would I say that it is something worth fighting for? Yes. But I do not believe that she would have wanted to strip you of having a chance to have a place to feel you belong beyond just emptiness. She wanted things to go back to the way they were, but I think even she realized that what the way things were probably is not how it needed to be.
She wanted change, but she still wanted to keep the relationship between the two of you. As Songbird says, a place to call your own, a place to belong. From what she told me of what it looked like, it did indeed sound beautiful. A place that was crafted. I wouldn't want to take that away. I would fight for that. To have a place of my own like that. We understand what it is to not have a place to belong. Hell, else, if both of us left this place, we would have nowhere to go. How could we?
And both of us are not fully bound to either this place or the abyss, but stuck halfway.
Indeed.
Well, when things are changed, you will. There won't be one side or the other. Everyone will have a place. Even those who believe they are stuck.
The way that Father described it, the way I have seen it firsthand, it is true that it would accomplish all those things and more, but is there not a fear that this peace and happiness would be devoid of the things that give it greater meaning if there is nothing that balances it out? Just as your sister was wrong for wanting things to live longer than they naturally ever should, because there is no meaning in life without an end to it. But so too do I believe that there is a point where an end must lead to a beginning. You've started a beginning of your own already, with the places you've made there. That does not mean that that it is wrong for the places that are still here to exist. They are beautiful in their own ways, and it is by their differences that it makes what you've created even more beautiful.
I do think that there is some value in what is here. I'm not going to deny that of the people who live here. I am no mortal. I'm certain there are things I don't understand. But there is a cycle that needs to be broken. And with it can come something new, something better. There has to be change.
But does change have to come in this direct way? Could it not be done through other means?
There was a chance that it could have been done.
For change. Had the two of you been allowed to actually speak without anger fanned from outside, I feel that you might have realized you wanted more of the same thing than you realized. That is why I wanted to speak with you and only you. Because there is more to you than anger, or I fear that he has found himself unable to escape from.
We may have wanted the same thing. We may have both wanted change, in some form or another. but we still didn't see eye to eye. There is so much in this world that could change.
And of that I don't deny. There are plenty of aspects of this world as it is that are ugly. Things that, if everything were to stop and immediately move forward to a time where fighting wasn't necessary, it would just lead to the same thing. Maybe after 100 years, 200, who knows? But the root cause is more than just one being's wishes versus another. It's the people here want to have that change too, or rather they need to want it. Forcing that change upon them may only make them eventually resent it, even if they don't immediately recognize it. It could just as easily lead to a new form of fighting and a cycle that isn't truly broken because it's not. It was one that was accentuated by the initial conflict between you and her, but one that I think was boiling under the surface of the people that live here, and it gave them an excuse to finally express it.
When things go back, assuming things work in this institute's favor, what do you suppose will happen to the occultists? What will happen to the starved, the murderers? They'll continue to exist.
They would continue to exist regardless. Good and evil are still going to exist no matter how hard you try to stamp it out. You cannot have one without the other. The same thing with light and dark, life and death, creation, destruction. They are two sides of the same coin. You can't just split one from the other.
And good can only be defined by the absence of it.
Indeed.
If everything is good, then nothing is good. It is just stasis. It becomes the exact opposite of change. It would be a still frame, a perfect picture, but it wouldn't be living.
Life is about experiencing the good and bad. All of it in all of its shapes and forms. We experience the bad so that when the good comes around, we can appreciate it all the more. And when the bad comes inevitably following by, we yearn for the days that when those good days happen. But we think back on those memories and hold them tight. Because then in the hearts, we believe that those days will come again. That's life for us.
And why we both feel that you always belonged. Because if everything existed without end, it would grow meaningless. The fact that you existed to create a point of which moments would end so that new ones could begin, so that there was space for them. If anything, you were the reason that life had meaning at all.
Indeed.
And still does. Because it's not as if those moments aren't still being begun and ended, even as we speak. Your continued existence is proof of that. by the fact that you embody aspects of both of them. Perhaps not the original reason that you were a part of the cycle, but one that you have embodied well, whether or not it is something I think is realized.
There are things beyond your scale. This will
Perhaps
be
so.
an end, a change. Things have never ended. Never. And as much as I'm sure you don't get the full understanding of what I mean, this is a means to an end. If things should change, if an end needs to come, then this is it. It needs to happen now.
To end it all, to begin anew, is that it?
Yes.
I know how he answered when posed a similar question, but given how many things have happened that were unexpected around this group of people, if their actions presented a different path that still led to the change that you wished for in a way more palatable to them, would you allow them to pursue it? Or is it out of the question? Is it happiness you want? Or is it a vision you want?
Seeing as your people, what they want is very different from what I do. If they did, if they had an inkling as to what should be done, what is right, then perhaps I would entertain the thought. But I have my doubts.
Then tell us. We want to understand you. If we didn't, we wouldn't be standing here right now just talking.
I think you'll know. You've heard it time and time again. Unity. That is not something that comes easy.
But unity doesn't always last. That's the thing.
It could. Maybe it hasn't here. But it could in the Umbra. That is why this change needs to come. Because unity cannot exist here for long. If the Abyss were to consume everything here, then maybe that change could come. Maybe unity could be established, and maybe it would last forever. But it can't here.
But if it did, it would accomplish what you were hoping for. Would that be the terms? Finding a way to accomplish effectively the impossible.
I guess that's the best way of putting it.
I can certainly say from her experiences and my own that they have been told time and time again that everything that has been attempted here has been impossible dreams, and somehow that does not dissuade them from continuing to try.
And it will get them killed.
And if it does, I don't think they would mind, because they would rather that they died for something that they envision than to die knowing that they didn't do everything they could to try to convince the world of a absurd dream. I mean, it's what Celine had. A dream that one day the two of you could have seen each other once again and simply been able to create a world with meaning that you both cherished, just as you had before. Who knows? Maybe that impossible dreams isn't too impossible either. Stranger things have happened.
I'll believe it when I see it.
So long as you are willing to watch for the possibility. That is all that could be asked.
To watch with an open mind, and to not close off the possibilities. Neither of us want to see you gone, Erina. You have a place in this world, as we've said. You and your sister both did. And you still do. We still want that. Even if others around may say otherwise. I know I want to still see you here, and still have a presence in this world, and still have a place to belong even in the Umbra.
For many people, they want things that they don't realize if they ever got it, they wouldn't want it at all. With each...
And then when it's gone...
With each Celestine, with each god that falls, a part of that world is lost, and they felt that loss every single time. They felt it when she fell. And they would realize that if you were gone too, that there would be so much more that they would feel, that they would regret ever wanting it in the first place. Something that I had tried to tell them time and time again. Everyone that was a part of it was there for a reason, and without them all, what they considered to be the way things always have been will not ever work the same again. For them to want...
You don't know what you're missing until it's gone.
For them to want their dreams, they have to realize that even the parts of the world that they may not understand or agree with are things that are needed for the whole. They need you more than they realize.
People don't realize what they will miss until it is gone and taken away. And people fear death and destruction. It is only natural for us to fear that. Why they would fear meeting you, or even speaking to you, or speaking of you. They fear that they would not be able to continue. Everyone fears death, no matter how many people say otherwise. But death has a place in life. It is an important aspect and pillar of the world. The world in which you and your sister created. And that's still something that is still there.
That place. The field with the flowers. What did you feel when you had created it?
The flowers were different. They were new. I know it's life. I know that this plane brims with it. But isn't that proof enough that things could be okay? Life in the Umbra.
Not saying to deny life to the Umbra. The two can both have life.
The difference being, you might find it a surprise if the choice were legitimately offered. Whether people would take a chance for something different. People often resent things that are forced upon them. But for those who are eased into it, given the chance to see it for their own eyes, choose. Many people are open to different things. If it's life in the Umbra that you are hoping for, a feeling of unity with others, there are some that I imagine would gladly take it. Truth be told, seeing it firsthand, I don't think I myself was even against it. I would have been happy there. But I would have wanted to remain me, with the ability to feel everything that makes me alive.
It's what makes us alive.
Her
Given
intervention
what you are.
put a pause on the decision being made for me, so that I could choose my own path. But at the end of all of this, if life in the Umbra remains, but life remains here, I would love to see it again. I would love to see you again. Because whether you realized it or not, whether it was a conscious decision, the place that was created there reminded me very much of the place that I was born. The place that I was... where my life began. And to think that it was a place brought as a means to show that the Umbra was okay. It made me happy. Even without his influence clouding my mind over the matter, I found that place comforting. I found being near you comforting. Even now, without anything compelling my choices, compelling my actions, there is a comfort to you that I cannot explain.
And I would echo the same.
If no one else were to accept that offer, I would, because I want to see you able to have those who care about you around you. And I think she would have wanted the same. That there are people that would show that they care more than just through words, through actions.
And I as well would echo her words too.
But if our time is getting cut short, there is one last thing I would at least like to give you. And seeing as a bit of her essence is within me, her last gift to anyone, I at least wish to do this for her, on her behalf, as she was unable to do so herself. You are not a bad person, Irena. She loved you. And I do as well. Though we may disagree about the path forward for the world, I do not hate you for it, because you have every right to the beliefs that you have, because they are not wrong. All we hope for is that we can show you a chance for a way to be happy without
That's all we've ever wanted.
ending in a position where, at the end of all things, people hate you because you don't deserve that. If nothing else, please believe that.
I believe.
Because we both meant it.
But I am not guaranteeing this change.
Nor do I
And
expect
that is
you
understandable.
to. But I hope you will watch. Because we would like to see it through. But if we fail, I would still be happy by your side.
That's what I...
I cannot say that things will stop. But don't worry. There are eyes. I'll at least be listening.
And hopefully
Till we meet again,
something
then.
that makes you see there was point to this.
Hello, Thuri.
Hi. I have too much to worry about to ask questions right now. I know that I have some. And I will come back.
I would be surprised if you didn't.
Then I will answer what you have what to ask.
The difference in talking to her versus Shoth is immense.
Immense.
It is... It is truly telling of at least what I believe she felt. Maybe she doesn't realize it herself. Maybe I am reading too much into it. But the simple matter that she can entertain the idea of being wrong, of the potential of the people of this plane, speaks orders of how much she truly wants to erase everything and start over in the Umbra.
Yeah.
Which is to say, not nearly as much as one would initially believe.
And so we will wait and see.
Do you think it can be done? Find that unity that would show her the potential of people to change in the way they need to in order to avert calamity.
If I didn't believe that, I would not be here with you.
It's a complicated subject. On simple grounds alone, with the things that we've faced, we have several sources of conflict that will not just be mended by mere words.
No. But nothing ever comes easy.
But
indeed.
When backs are pushed to the wall, people have found plenty of ways to enact miracles that people would consider absurd.
Enemies become friends.
Because it is the pressure of the end that drives people to realize, perhaps too late, that they need something new.
Yeah.
That's what I believe she believed in. As much as I can tell from her memories. And I don't think she faults me for feeling the way that I do.
So what do we do going forward? We tell people about this. I mean, hell's Lothariel came in.
Yes, he likely does not understand. Nor do I imagine that explaining it will change the context, but the message does not need an origin. It is not something that I think either of us actually were blind to before all of this. It just confirmed that we were right for worrying about it. That even if we succeed, that the conditions that brought forth this strife in the first place are the thing that needs to be healed. More than the rifts, more than the devouring, more than anything else.
Yeah.
The fact that the greatest rift of all is the one between people.
As I told you before. As I told her. I've willingly walked down this path. And I will continue to do so.
It's probably why we reflect each other as much as we do. I do not think that
Even
is
she
just...
said so.
I do not think it is pure coincidence.
No. And I mean, even she acknowledged that too.
If anything, it's a slight bit of validation on that front. I wasn't crazy for thinking that.
But I don't know. It's kind of nice to hear him.
I mean, it gets echoed in your head constantly, doesn't it?
Yup.
I know
They were quiet during that, which was nice.
Same here, funnily enough.
Actually letting me think. They were definitely interested, that's for sure.
I mean, I would be too, in such circumstances.
Giving the three of us time to talk, yes. And I appreciate that.
Yes. I doubt such pleasantries will be able to be exchanged again for a long time, if, well,
ever
at all, but...
Yeah.
The mere fact that they allowed it even once speaks volumes of the difference between him and her.
Yeah.
Aside, I wish more people would see and recognize for what it is. Yes, they spoke much of the things that we had hoped maybe they did not want as much. But there was more to them than that.
Indeed. We got to hear her. And that's the main thing.
Even at the end of it all, she couldn't bring herself to fully hate her. Which is why I think there is a chance that she could in fact be convinced. But it requires
a lot.
Colossal effort on many people's parts. More than just anything that two people can accomplish.
Sometimes, as history has shown, sometimes it just takes one or two.
Perhaps. Perhaps. A message of hope that came from an unlikely source, if anything. Because whether she meant it or not, the fact that she said she would be willing to watch with an open mind is in itself hope.
It's telling.
Hope that perhaps she may not need to push this far.
The hope that maybe she is wrong, and she wants to be proven that. Because she cannot bring herself to openly say it.
Or she's in a position where she cannot anymore.
Yeah.
And for that, I don't fault them. It's far more complicated than I think anyone could ever imagine. Every person involved agreed on that.
Ethereal?
We need to talk, and somewhere here that isn't here. Because I have a lot of questions.
Fair enough. Then
And
where
as
would you like to go?
someone...
We can go off the ship, we can stay on the ship. Your choice.
Where would you like to go?
Indeed.
Let's go over there.
I can't fly just yet.
Where are you three headed off to?
I want to talk some
A
stuff.
talk.
Yeah.
Oh,
About
sorry.
things.
I'll leave you be then.
You holding up okay, Astrea?
Doing my best. Be well, Ethereal, Songbird, and Venus.
Be back soon.
I'll find you later. Okay. Take a seat wherever you'd like.
So rather than try to divine exactly where your questions lie, I'd rather just hear them straight. As I can already imagine I know what they're about, but I do not wish to presume.
Your situation, both of them, far different to anyone else. So I can't understand what goes on in each of your heads. But I'm just going to start with why. Why do I walk in, find you hugging the very being that opposes us?
Simply put, conveying something on behalf of another who could no longer deliver it for them. Because...
Who?
Droza. She did not go to the abyss with hate in her heart. She went there because she still loved her sister. And she wanted to try to find a common ground one last time, fully knowing what likely would have happened. A common ground that I believe they would have found had they not had the hatred fanned between them because of Shoff. I would like to actually say his name. Even she did not fully hate Droza. At the end, she wanted the same thing. That she could find that common ground, but she had resigned herself to the belief that it was impossible. That though both sides wanted change, the way that change came forth was not the same. Who's to say whether or not that was really true? We'll never know now. Because they didn't get to the chance they needed.
Maybe I'm angry and I'm trying to keep my cool. But
as someone who is looking out for you, both of you, do you think it's wise to talk to them when so many people want your throats? Simply because of the life you were unluckily given?
We wanted because we are the ones who've been wanting to understand both sides of the story. We want to understand. Yes, it may damn us further. It may put us in bad standing with the others. Hell, is it more so than it already probably is? But there are those who don't even want to understand what is happening to this world, and yet don't want to take the steps to try to even understand, to even ask the simple question of why.
There was something that Celine believed in early on that I saw. That's the vision that the Abyss wants is one that would accomplish many of the goals that they wanted to get. They would be happy, there would be peace, but it would be devoid of meaning. So too would the world that would come if things continue as they are hoped to be. Stopping the rifts is but step one. The world that exists now, the reason that they want to accomplish their goals is for the sake of unity. Because as the world is right now, there are parts of it that are beautiful, yes, but there are many that are ugly. People that were waiting for a chance to fight one another, to get more for themselves, to get something. It was not the rifts that caused it. It was just the excuse. And the way that things are, the conflict between the two of them was just representative of the conflict that was boiling under the surface, waiting to erupt. If that isn't fixed, then regardless of who wins at the end of the day, the cycle isn't truly broken. Because people will still want for things that they believe themselves deserving to have over others.
I know. But that cycle...
A cycle does need to be broken, just not the one of creation and creation's end.
Who says it needs to happen now?
Well, both sides, realistically. The grand royal both sides, not every single person within it. One side wants things to end so that there is no more need to fight, there is no more conflict because all will be one, all will be united. The other wants the world to be healed and end that cycle of the world's suffering. They want very similar things, but the means of which they want to accomplishment are at complete odds with one another, to the point that neither can exist, because they are antithetical. They are antithesis to each other.
It's much like the concept of life and death. Creation and destruction. You cannot have one without the other. There's a balance.
Lest you
The
be
balance has
worried,
been-
neither of us wish for the Institute to fail in what they're doing. In
Indeed.
fact, quite the opposite. We want it to succeed.
Yes.
Celine wanted it to succeed too.
Do you want it to succeed? Genuinely.
Yes. If I didn't, I could have had every chance to sabotage the efforts being made to try to stop the rifts, as they had me help them with the test today. They wanted me a part of it, and I was overjoyed
What
with
test?
seeing the device that they have created that they believe might be step one of how to truly close a rift. The devices that were set out over by the scar where my father's spear was.
Right.
At the end of the day, we don't want the Institute to fail, Lethariel. Because if we can succeed, if and when we can succeed, there is the hope that we can show that we were right to her. She was willing to listen to us.
There is something that will change her mind. She said so herself. It's something she doesn't believe that we are capable of. And as the world currently is, she is right. If people can truly come together and create a lasting unity of their own accord, a common cause that they're willing to put their all behind, then she would see that there is, in fact, another way to accomplish what she wanted. Because she does not deny that there is beauty in the life that exists here, just as much as she finds beauty in the life that she has created in her dimension. And as someone who's been
Both
there,
deserve to live.
it is a beautiful place.
For the best chance at that, you should both stop coercing with her, talking with her. Because if you keep talking to her, no one is going to put their prejudice aside for either of you.
And unfortunately, that would be the very thing that that would go against trying to prove that, just like many things we've been told before about all the other efforts that have been done by Rosewood, that the things we do are impossible, and yet multiple times we have proven that wrong. It
The
is
thing of it is, Lethariel,
an impossible dream to seek a genuine unity. But that's never stopped the people here before being told that something's impossible. And it doesn't matter whose message that comes from. It doesn't have to come from me, it doesn't have to come from her, you, anyone, for it to be meaningful. And truthfully, that meaningful peace and unity means nothing if we destroy parts of what the world was built upon by our own hands. She's taken up the role that she had before, but unconsciously has been forced to pick up that of her sisters as well. The signs are evident upon her body.
If anything, I would say that the destruction caused by her has caused more discord between the very people that she would hope could one day unite. Because of all that's happened, Palvendor has taken more of a stand on the world, more of a grasp on the world.
But was it her direct intervention that did that? Or simply the fact that they had been eyeing it longer than the 11 years that the rifts have been a thing?
The point is still there. They capitalized because they could on it.
But they could have also just waited for another event to have happened that wasn't related to her.
Not to mention,
perhaps,
both her and Drudona agreed that it was the attack upon Arena that sparked it all. We do not sit there and blame her for her contributions to that. When a catalyst is indeed the very thing that starts it all. And continuing to point fingers back and forth will only serve to make such odds of changing anything grow weaker and weaker. Nobody should have died. Nobody should have been attacked. I don't think anybody would argue that any of it was ever necessary, and was the result of a surprisingly mortal action of an otherwise immortal being that we have to pay the price for simply because we live upon the world that they made.
Indeed.
But
the thing is, too, is that we see things with an open mind, Lothariel. You can fault it for us wanting to talk to her. But at the same time, for us to be able to hear with her own words, not influenced by another, not with another standing nearby, putting words in her mouth. We heard her for who she is, why she is doing what she is doing. And at the same time, we don't fault her for it.
I wanted to confirm the suspicions that I had had about how, without the influence of Shoth around, they are a much more level-headed individual to speak to. If one were to go solely off of his words alone, she is filled with nothing but rage and wants the end of anyone who opposes their dream of life united in the Umbra. But without his shielding of her being seen for herself, she has doubts in her own plans. She does not call them such, but through the simple words that they had, the fact that they can entertain the idea of being wrong. Shows where the real problem is.
And she even acknowledged the points that we had too.
If that makes us wrong for wanting to try to seek reason in a way that would otherwise be seen as unreasonable, so be it, but if nobody attempts to try to reach out the hand for the other, the only path that exists is one of total annihilation.
It's not the only path.
That's the point.
Trying to find.
I don't think reaching out a hand. I'm just worried about you guys, okay?
I know.
That much is evident.
I don't want you to reach out a hand and get that hand chopped off. That's all I just...
Ethereal. You have ever been supportive. And that's something that I think appreciated is a word that can only say so much. You've been there for both her and me. But the thing is for us, Celine has always ever wanted to understand. Songbird also does too. And when I was pulled in, I too wanted to understand. That's all we've ever wanted. Because we both believe that there's another path forward. But the thing of it is that path, how do you find it if no one is willing to look for it?
Sorry.
You do not need to apologize for having fear for someone that you care about. It is not misplaced. Had the wrong words been said, had a line been crossed, it could have easily spelled something far worse. It was a risk that was willing to be sought for hope of a better outcome for everybody.
Can you at least, both of you, at least promise me that you won't make any deals that'll cause someone to want to shove a knife in your back?
Without knowing what exactly people are willing to shove knives into for, I can't promise for every person that I meet, but ones that I know would definitively be universally disliked, that I can assure.
Any deal will have someone wanting to shove a knife in your back.
You're not wrong.
Look, I don't know. I promised I would look after you. I promised I would help you. I promised I would protect you, and I don't know what I can do if I can't do that again.
Now, where have
I know
heard
that's
that
selfish.
Because I made that same promise too, Ethereal.
It was nothing that you did or didn't do that led to her being taken away and me brought back in her place. But she does not blame you for that. Some part of her probably knew that her desire for trying to find a path that ended in happiness for everybody would be the thing that unmade her. Why she got another chance, even she doesn't know, nor would I fathom to say otherwise, but perhaps it's because there was more who believed in that potential. The potential of people. Even if I myself have resigned to the fact that for things to be truly made right with all of that, that I need to disappear.
What is this?
Parts that have been held back by her intervention. It does not spread further, but the signs of what we're trying to be held appear every now and then.
The same happened to you?
It's possible, but I haven't seen anything. So I don't know.
All that her intervention did was to try to put a stop to the change that was otherwise going to be forced before they were going to give her back to you all. Not to force a different path, but to allow her to choose. A choice that ultimately fell upon my shoulders because of what Shoff did. I'm not sure how much people had told you. I know we had not really had a proper chance to talk since the realization was made, but I genuinely am not her. It is not a matter of forgotten memories or altered memories. He split me in half off of her as a means to keep her from being able to ever awaken.
Yes.
And they seemed to have made a mistake in the process, or found things they couldn't change. Combined with the fact that she keeps pushing memories to the surface, that made it apparent.
Don't ignore those memories.
I don't.
Good.
Asterea's here.
She's given them for my sake.
Hey, Astea.
Just here to deliver some news, that is all.
Hmm.
They're having a meeting up top about the rift. Apparently, the activity has grown larger, and the rift beast may emerge.
Rift down below.
Yes, the cave-in is not holding them back. That's what I heard about part of the meeting, at least. Then Winter's got herself hurt, and there's a whole separate thing. She's hearing voices now for some reason.
She's what?
We need to check if the devouring or
Okay.
rift touched.
It wouldn't be the rift touch because unless a new rift is open, and even then, there was no guarantee it would be her.
Well, who's to say it is either of those things?
Indeed.
I'll leave
That's
you
what
three to
worries
it
me.
again. Just wanted to deliver the news at least.
Thank you. Of course.
Appreciate it, Astrea.
Of course. Be well.
You too.
Regardless, the point that I am making of sharing this is that, in spite of me even wanting it, I am not able to cede control of her own body and her own mind back to her, because it is beyond my own ability.
She's there, right? You said she does not want this, she does not want that.
She is still there. She
I have heard her myself.
lacks the energy to force her way back to the surface for longer than periods of mere seconds at times. By what means, I have never found out. But because he shaped me to be basically a living version of her sickness, until such sickness is excised, I am stuck having to live her life. Even though knowing that the odds of what would happen if that sickness is cured, it would likely result in my effective death. And that's okay with me. Because I never was meant to exist in the first place.
And yet, even if you are not her in your own person, you're still choosing to take care of her. Take care of yourself. Not throw yourself off a cliff. That speaks something of your nature, even if it's not a nature she desires.
It was not the nature that I was meant to have either. But the things I couldn't change about her, the fact that she wanted this cycle of violence to have an end, the fact that she truly believed in the things that she wanted, even if those wants were twisted by the influence that they seared upon her soul to force her compliance. There was so much they tried to change, but they couldn't. And so the final effort to try to circumvent that was to seal everything away. Because if she had her way when she went to the abyss, she wouldn't even be here. Within the first few moments that she was there, they tried to end their own life, so that they wouldn't be used as a weapon against you all. And as punishment, that's why I was made. Lacking the self-awareness of the act so that it would be believable. But between her appearing and the resulting actions of those who found me, they were unable to keep her bound forever.
Unless you worry, Lothariel, my mind is not split like that.
It is a combination of how long they kept her there. Even I am not truly aware of how much time perceivably passed, but to her it felt like months on end, perhaps even a year. I doubt such a scene will ever be walked in upon again. I believe there was a one-time offer, but it was enough to direct the actions that we already wanted in the first place.
Seems like it's already turning to hell again. Want to know more? Go speak to Jackson.
But seems the rift beasts that are in the rift below are clawing and getting ready to come upon us, just the same as the Leviathan. Yay.
Well, because my chest has gotten worse, and it's great.
They're trying to make an aether tech sort of wall, I suppose, to help hold back the rift beasts. A shield of some sort. So we can focus our efforts on the Leviathan.
No, it seemed like the pots were already taken.
A lot of them were.
Did anyone bring up the plan of a potential idea to freeze the Leviathan in place?
Not
That's
yet,
an idea
but
to look
to be
over.
fair, there was a number of, there's been a number of plans that kind of came about, but it fell into discourse.
Okay, so could you please hold this?
Yes.
So it's there have been a few ideas that have been brought forward. There are cow traps, which essentially drive big black iron spikes into its feet.
Everything.
Okay.
And the chains, and the ballistas, and the black iron, and bear traps. Did anyone raise my idea of blowing the mountain down on top of it?
On top of it, no. We have raised the idea of blowing down part of the mountain to block off one of the entrances, so it can't just.
Okay. That's all the questions I had then. Go figure out what's going on. Who the fuck is that? It was
that hooded
junior recruits, I think.
Are you talking about the one with the stringed
They were
instrument?
topside along with us.
Yes. He came by a couple
The
days
rest
ago.
of Ignis is down below.
I do not know where they are, I'll be honest.
Wait, who? Are you referring to the one with the animal?
The captaincy.
No, the one with the was it the ukulele or whatever, the stringed instrument that he has on his back?
Lute, I think?
Oh,
Yes.
the loot, thank you, I could not think of the word. Hi,
It's
Jackson.
a box of smaller parts.
Do we have the
that
pieces?
go in just in case something fails.
I'm pretty sure.
Sure. Do you want me to take it down now then?
Are you alright?
Yeah.
I'll go with you.
I need to find Talia.
She's upstairs, talking with Arcturus about all the shit I had to do. I have to check with.
Lothario, a word, real quick.
If anyone's coming down to the Undercity, it sounds like we're stationing at least Ignis down there to set up this wall and have it prepared.
Got it.
She and I will do our best. Be safe on this. If you can give us that trust. And trust us, we would. I'm not opposed to telling you of what we learn.
Look, you don't have my trust only because I don't trust her.
That's fair.
But you have my body because I'm not going to let anyone shove a knife through either of you. Just don't let me regret that.
Yes, preferably not again. Even if I understand why they did it. I just
Both
wish
look
they
out
had
for
at
each
least
other.
had care enough to explain it afterwards, or at least feel some degree of guilt for it.
We will look out for each other as best as we can. As I've told her before, I made those promises a long time ago, and I still intend to keep them. But not only that. Well before any of this, that I'd walk the path with her.
Simply the last thing I'll say on the matter, and we can leave it be for now. She never wanted to betray those that she cared about and life itself, and I share the same sentiment. So if it ever turns out that that sentiment is ever to change, it is not the wish that was ever had, and it would actually be a mercy and a blessing that if they or I lose sight of that I be struck down. I would ask that would be done, because I would rather be gone than betray any hope that I have for a world that actually is healed in the way that it deserves.
And I'm in the same way. I don't want to betray. And I never strive to nor intend to do so. We both don't. We just want to see the world live.
Okay.
That's all. If you want to talk more about it later or in the future, you need only ask.
Indeed.
I do not want to hide my true feelings from you. Nor does she.
Went down all the fucking around the area.
Do you think I was right to refuse my captain's orders? I think so. For the group that was going down to set up the shields in the city. It's possible they've left, otherwise they could be in the workshop.
There are some people that went down below a little bit ago, including Jackson and members of Ignis.
Right. Saw Jackson come back up here.
Yeah, I think he went in the metal.
Right. Well, thank you. If you don't find anyone to help you get down there and you do want to go down later, find me at some point tonight and I'll show you where it's at. Keep that in mind. Yeah. Good evening. Evening, Emma.
Good evening.
Technically works against a rift beast.
Okay.
And if you're entrusting your aim on people, well, bad news, a lot of rift beasts will start to take humanoid shape, so...
I didn't mean to ask. It's so sorry, but I keep. What do these do? What are all these?
This one gives me a shroud, pretty much. This one creates mud on the ground, which gets people stuck in it.
So don't drink that one.
Don't drink. No, don't drink any of them besides this one.
Okay.
But if you drink can light my sword on fire, but if I add one extra component to it, it just explodes.
Okay. Yeah, it was really bad.
These ones around here, the purple ones.
I think
they
so.
create ice walls.
That's so interesting.
Let's go to the
library
real quick.
Eyeballing them, and I'm like, I wonder.
No, let's actually go over here. Let's go over here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no,
They all taste horrible.
just
They all
enough
taste
distance to actually talk.
They taste horrendous. My master never.
Where are we in that?
Oh, I'm not gonna do anything.
Distance from the other conversation so we can actually hear.
Is this where I have to like look at it, or is when you have like a gun to the back of my head and you question me? I won't know when it's coming.
No, Fleur, I believe that
we
was...
do this a lot in Palvindor. I've seen this before.
Fleur, I thought that was your thing, not ours, but...
Also, why are you wearing your... What is this again?
I don't know, I kind of miss them, and I asked Reen, and then Reen has like some, like, thing that can like change people's bodies, whatever. So they're like, most of the bunnies, I guess.
Fleur, just turn around.
Seriously.
We just wanted to have space so we could actually talk without having to try to fight another conversation at the same time.
Are you... still hearing things?
Yeah. They're from the ghosts? No, they kind of stopped.
Maybe the sun's still setting, we just can't see.
This was like in the infirmary.
What were they
Sorry for my
saying?
head.
Give it some time.
Yeah, what were they saying?
Saying a lot of different things. Sometimes they were telling us to run, sometimes to stop. Sometimes that they're hungry.
That's definitely not.
I was gonna say it's not the
That's
same
not.
thing.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. No.
They said they're like
Okay.
hungry enough to eat a horse.
Yeah, nope, that's definitely not them.
That's. I have no
They
idea
kept
what that.
turning off our lights and stuff.
Yeah,
like our
no,
torch
that-
would like sniff it.
Yeah, that's not anything that those that we hear are even possible to do. So there was some people worrying that it was somehow a sign that you were coming down with what we have, and in spite of the fact that the conditions to allow that aren't present, they also don't do anything like that, say anything like that, and most certainly cannot directly influence the physical world around us.
And they definitely said that they don't want to eat you anyways, so.
Okay, it's gone.
I mean this with all due respect.
Yeah.
Can we not keep Winters towards the ledge? I just.
Look, she went over there herself. We did not put her there.
I'm not saying that you did. I'm just.
They had me
We
like,
did
go.
not!
Put you on the
We
deck.
did
Puts you on the deck.
not! You walked there all the way there!
Look, you over here, you said the library. Library is so much comfier than the edge of the ship.
No,
What is, I don't know what that is.
Okay, quote, just over here. You kept going to the edge of the actual ship. Nobody told you to
Just for your
stand
information,
there.
I wasn't blaming anyone. I'm
No,
just.
I know
wanna
you're
make
not.
sure
No,
that she
no,
doesn't
I'm
fall
not-
off the
no,
side.
No, Astrea, you're fine.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna fall off the side
just-
and like bang my head on the ground again.
At least it's sand. It's softer, but it's still gonna hurt like a bitch.
Yeah, it's still gonna hurt. Yeah, you're gonna scrape yourself to high hells. I see Angeal is up on top again.
He's aura farming.
The fuck is that?
I don't know.
That's
Noted.
That's all I wanted to make sure.
Just look at him. There's just a presence about him.
Wait.
He does it a lot. He does it a lot.
So if we look contemplative at him while he's looking at us, so who gets the bigger aura in that case? If that's the case.
Up on the tower. Up on the tower.
Don't.
Flirt! No!
For fuck's sake.
Don't fire your gun into the air when there's someone up there.
I'm shooting at the cliff side. That's where they told me this is the proxima behind Leviathan, so I should practice shooting it.
Can you not do that right after we're pointing out that there's someone up there and that it looks like you were aiming at them?
Seriously.
Please.
What are they shooting in?
Just relax. Maybe no more shooting for today. Okay? Sound good?
Okay.
Thank you.
Gracious.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you.
Feel like you're on what?
I feel like I'm on winter duty.
The fuck does that
Breathe in,
mean?
Astrea. Breathe out.
No one will judge you if you do it for like just a moment. I can
Honestly,
feel.
Were you
gonna hit me?
No.
Never do that.
There it is.
There it is.
I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry.
I would never do that. No, Winters, don't think that at all.
Well, I mean, you did the thing that I was suggesting, which is freak out for a second.
Yeah,
I didn't freak out. No one's freaking out. We're okay. Winters, let me help you up. Okay. We're okay. Okay? I would never hurt you.
Okay.
I promise. Unless you would hurt me and I'd have to hit you back in self-defense.
Okay. Oh, Jill's gone.
He farmed enough.
scared him.
I mean, what?
Oh.
He's
Oh,
got enough.
they told me to go help you with whatever you needed help with.
Hey, Lyron.
That's horribly specific.
That is maddeningly
They said to help
unhelpful.
Aqua. I was told to help Aqua by Jackson.
Help
And I
Aqua
asked
with
and he
what?
said, I don't know what they're
With
toing.
what?
Well, we haven't
I don't know.
been
I
told
asked him.
anything.
He just said to help help you.
So, do you know what he's talking about? Because I don't. I was talking to Lethariel.
No. Also, by the way, did anyone hear what Captain Yorl did at the captain's meeting? Because he was talking to me, got a headache, disappeared, and I haven't seen him since. And I don't know anything that happened at the captain's meeting.
Unfortunately, no.
Wait,
I was not there. So.
Did somebody take him?
The meeting at like the start of the day, or?
Yes.
Okay, so that was mostly just talking about their plans on how they're dealing with the Leviathan, which was the airship is being moved to the Oasis.
I think you looked better without them.
When that's happening, so that it's not in immediate view of the Leviathan and therefore a target. They're primarily wanting to fight out there towards like that mountainside around where I believe the this airship was parked previously when you all first got here.
Even they agree.
Okay.
And as things fall back, most of the siege equipment is set up around here. And if you were out on that hill, the second pillar is the absolute do not cross line that they don't want to get any closer than that because, you know, then it risks the tower.
Well, it's already 2 to 1, so.
A target.
Actually,
and I believe
it's more like 1,000
those
to 1.
ruins over there, the ones that kind of look like cathedral-esque or whatever, is a fallback point for medical during the conflict. So if anyone gets injured, it need to be taken there.
I get to make
and if there's a full retreat called, that people need to be collected from there and brought to the airship.
I'll wait till she's done talking and I'll tell you.
Because that's probably where it's going to be taking off from, because then it might have enough chance to get height before, you know, the risk of a giant creature being picked up off the ground and thrown into it like the Palvindor one did.
Okay.
So,
well, thank you.
Yeah, that was literally it. Was just going over those plans.
It was rather important to know.
Yeah, but there was nothing more besides that. It was just talks of basically battle plans.
You good?
I don't know how to respond to somebody saying they have 1,000 voices in their head.
She doesn't believe that we have 1,000 plus voices in her head.
Only 1,000?
Some days.
Like Asterea's walking away now.
Yeah, he doesn't want to touch that topic, and quite honestly, we don't want it either.
We don't either, but at the same time, I get to make the stupid statement of, look, they all said your natural ones versus that.
They were all once people.
Exactly.
They have.
My brain is hurting. I gotta lay down.
Your brain probably is hurting because you're stretching your ears out, so it's probably pulling on your head.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's probably not helping you.
It's probably not helping at all.
How about we just drop that topic? We can just leave that one aside.
Yep. I need to go. I need to ask Astrea something.
Oh wait, he's back, and he's farming even harder.
What the fuck?
He has his shroud out.
Holy shit! He's actually. He just took it and just took it one step further. Do you think we could counter aura farm him?
Not intentionally. I don't know how to do it on command.
I can do it. I can shift my eyes, but the hair I don't know how.
Yeah.
How do you think?
Is she bleeding?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Is she actually bleeding?
How the fuck is she bleeding? What happened?
Are you actually bleeding? Kanako, are you actually bleeding?
Yeah, she's actually bleeding. Yeah.
What the fuck? How?
How?
How did we turned away for like 2 seconds? How?
I hate this.
Help me pick her up.
All right, yeah.
We're taking her downstairs.
Come on.
Where is there blood on her body?
I don't even know how she lives.
Bleed, say? That's what happens when you get hurt. See what she did again.
I'm not asking you.
All right, come on.
I was looking her over.
Oh wait,
you weren't there when she had like a big old crystal of light stuck in the back of her head.
Yes,
I remember that.
But I remember from her. No.
Where am I going?
Downstairs.
Where am I going? I'm going. Yeah,
Downstairs.
my brain just went on autopilot.
Yes. Yeah.
I swear.
Before you ask,
whatever...
we don't even know how this happened this time.
Yeah, we don't even know how.
She's bleeding. She was laying on the ground, we
Somehow.
turned away, and we turned back, and now she's bleeding. I don't know how. I think
Did we just fry her brain with that statement? Is that what we did?
I don't fucking know.
I don't either.
I don't understand. I don't.
But I looked away for 2 seconds, I look back,
I
she's in a
know.
pool of blood on the ground. I'm so sorry. I wish I could explain better.
I wish we both could explain better. We can't.
Is there anything that can be guarded?
There's the blood that seems to exit her ears. It's kind of covering the side of her hair.
Is the ghost back, Winter?
I don't think it was. She wasn't saying anything about hearing any voices.
Okay.
Well, the ones that she was saying that she was hearing were like, oh, you know, runaway horse and like we're gonna eat the horse type thing. I was like, oh, and I can tell you that's not the ones we hear.
Well,
does anyone even know what's going on with that? Like, that they're actually physically affecting the surroundings? Whatever these
voices?
Whatever this ghost is, basically.
It wouldn't be the first time that we've heard
We
whispers
literally
near
looked
around.
away for not even 10 seconds, Astrea.
Did she hurt her head again?
She was laying on the ground and somehow managed to do that.
I think it might be her those things she's got on her over her ears.
Like, I think they actually are legitimately hurting her.
Yeah,
I think they
are.
are.
That, like, the wound would have never fully closed. Like, it's like a leak.
This is the third time, by the way. Well, magic does a pretty excellent job of closing injuries.
Hmm. And clearly there's something wrong. So, like...
Apparently.
There are many things I want to say to that, and I will refrain from saying any of them.
You know what? Same. Good seeing you, Talia. I hope you're feeling relatively well.
Consistently annoyed with a lot of the people around, but other than that...
So,
I
business
understand
as
that all too
usual, from the sounds
Yeah,
of
I was
it.
gonna say business as usual.
Increasingly so.
Nice. What is that? Chain whip?
It's a chain whip.
Chain whip. Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Nice.
I saw him testing it out. It was really cool to see someone that actually knows how to use that.
I just went with a tried and true for me. So
If you remember, I just have training in virtually a bit of
you okay?
No. The stars are coming back.
No.
I'm gonna pass out real quick. Hold on.
Well, shit.
The stars! What is that? Third time today? Third time for the stars? That's a record. Was it 3 or 4? I can't fucking remember. Yeah, the fire drill doesn't count. Fire drill is a normal thing. Well, not normal, but you know.
I meant with winters.
Oh, with. Oh. Apologies. Okay.
Good lord,
I
my
literally
head.
don't
That was
know.
awful. What
Welcome
I miss?
back.
Okay, so in terms of what happened to Fleur, she made a comment of like, oh, you know, like I should go and get people's opinions as to whether or not I should keep the ear extensions. I guess that's what we're gonna call it. Versus, you know, not keeping them. And so I made the joke of, well, there's two of us here, again, you know, saying to take them off. And she's like, well, okay, so I'm gonna have to go and talk to everyone else. And then I made the mention of, well, there's 1,000 in my head all saying take them off. And she kind of like couldn't process that fact. See?
So how did that lead to them bleeding?
Okay, so
profusely?
she was like, I don't know how it led to her bleeding, but she was like, I can't comprehend this. And she says she was going to lie down. So she laid down. We turned around because we saw Angeal on the tower again. We turned back around, and then we see her bleeding.
Yeah, I have it in my hand right now. Yeah, this is definitely open light.
Wait, there was opalite in her head
What?
again?
Yes.
Must have fallen on it somehow. Had some tucked away in her hair, and it's chipped into her when she fell. Winters, you can sit up if you want to.
Lord.
Should we do something with this opalite? Should we?
Keep it to the side. I can examine it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it here.
Do you feel lightheaded at all?
Yeah, I'm really light.
Even they are dumbfounded.
There is no amount of words that can express the degree of confusion that I have about them on a regular basis.
Was she this bad when her sister was here?
Judging from the memories that I have, yes and no. Part of it was entirely Palvindor's methods upon her. But
Noted.
that doesn't fully explain everything else.
No, it really doesn't, and I don't think anything ever will.
So, just because we're in an open space, generally no low context, how do you think that went, all things considered?
The inside part or the outside part?
Outside part.
I think it went about as good as it could have gone.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clear that they're still hurt by the decision to do that, but... well...
He didn't outright decry it.
Didn't decry it, and there also aren't people running up at us screaming, why did you do that, and, drawing steel, so...
I mean, that still could technically happen, so...
yeah, I suppose I can give it time, but, you know.
I think out of all the people that it could have been, being him was...
yeah.
Probably the best option.
Talia?
Not here. She was also affected by the headache.
It wasn't just me?
No, Talia and Ardrin.
Damn. Okay.
Yep.
Ardrin hasn't come back yet. We don't know where he is.
Oh no.
He might have just
Talia has the...
run over to his bunk and laid down to sleep off the headache.
Possibly, yeah.
Caleb does, where he stands perfectly still. It's like he's not even there.
Mm-hmm.
It's my favorite.
It's the prime stealth technique.
It is. It's really good.
Yeah. Hi, Quinn.
What the fuck? What was that?
I looked away for one moment. What did I miss?
Lyran ran into the door and scared the fuck out of Fleur.
Oh.
Anyways, hi Quinn, come join us.
I wanna go home. I wanna go home. I don't wanna live here anymore.
How are you feeling, Quinn?
I don't even know how that... Yeah.
That's good.
How are you doing?
All things considered, better than expected.
Yeah? That's a good way of putting it.
That is good. I'm good.
I think I saw, briefly, at least earlier towards the morning, I saw your father up and around. How's he doing after everything that happened?
He seems tired, but he seems normal.
That's good.
That's good to hear.
It was a relief.
Yeah, I can imagine.
At least something has been fixed so far.
Something small.
Which is to that end why I'm not even mad at them for what they did to me for that aspect. It was something worthwhile. I just wish they had handled it better.
Yeah. If you want to pull from it, you can.
No, that's fine.
Hi, Rowan.
It's just fun to actually see it from the outside.
Fair enough.
What is it? Is it water?
Yeah. Water magic. I mean, now or before? Before it was like... You know that feeling when you run your hand underwater?
Yes.
Feels like that. At least, it still does, but that's what it feels like to me. Like, I can feel the water flowing over my hand as I call it forth. That particular spell, which generates the orb, is pulling water from the air. The other one, it allows me to purify it, so it makes it drinkable, or I can use it for things if I need to. The feeling now, it's still uncomfortable, but it's not anywhere near as uncomfortable as it used to be. It's like... Maybe I guess the best way of saying it is like... Stick sticking your hand in water and it's maybe warmer than you expected. Not scalding, but it's enough to surprise you. And then it dulls the longer you hold it. That's the best way I can describe it.
It's an interesting way to look at it, considering, I guess, did you have an affinity for water? Or do you just have water magic?
No, I have an affinity for it.
The way it felt for me is a bit different. It's less the water, like sticking a hand under there, but it's more like when you are initially going for a swim, and it's somewhat colder water than you're normally, and you're still acclimating. The moment you put your head under the water briefly, and there's like that almost like chill that goes along you that doesn't really hurt, but it's like it's a strange feeling. It's like that, but it was like that, but a more pleasant one. Until
like maybe when you the
same kind of chill you get when you have like a nice stretch and it like shoots down your back or something. It's like that.
I was gonna say like you know, like on a hot day you go and like maybe like jump in a pool or something, you know, like that.
Nowadays it's like that, but it's more like the same sort of sensation if you've been sitting on your on your arm too hard, and it's the pins and needles. It's not painful, but it's horribly unpleasant.
Yep, and it doesn't go away.
Right.
Yep. Hey, Talia. Alea was looking for you. I don't know if you ran into him again.
Where'd he go from here?
Last I saw him, I think he went down below.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The weird thing is that due to the way that the magic I know how to do that's abyssal in nature is just all the water spells altered. The second that they do that, all that discomfort goes away. It's something I've never really fully felt comfortable with the notion of, that something that felt so wrong before felt perfectly fine just by shifting where in my body it originated from. When it's otherwise functionally the exact same spell in every capacity. I don't alter the incantation, I don't alter the intent. That's just how that overshadowing took place with those two different affinities that are more like just two spheres trying to be pushed on into each other at the same time. You used to do chloromancy, right?
Yes.
What happened to that capability to do so? Or do you still know how to?
I know how, I just can't. My wells are completely closed. They're destroyed. Everything I knew is now occultic.
So it closed the other wells off from you in the same process.
Yes.
I see.
How long ago was that?
Maybe 6, 7 years. I don't know.
Around the same time that she got afflicted with, well, the very beginnings of it. It's alarming how different the paths seem to be for each individual person and how quickly it manifests.
I mean, up until we ran into Vasha from Vathan. Mine was the fastest we had ever seen.
If it's based on the progression of the world.
Or the Abyss is learning. That was Selene and I's theory.
The way it was put to me by another is that the sickness as a whole is a side effect of the Abyss having the power of creation but not knowing how to properly utilize it, which is why it ends up causing such wildly varied effects in those that it connects to. There's commonalities, yes, but it's creating new things, trying to make something out of tools that it never had access to before. And the faster it happens, likely is the faster more understanding of how those tools even worked in the first place. Combined probably with the state of the world. The two basically go hand in hand. The more rifts there are, the more opportunities to practice there are.
Yeah.
Though I wonder what happens when it gets
Hey, Jackson.
cured. The way
I don't
I've
know.
been studying and looking into.
I didn't mean to interrupt, sorry.
No, what's up?
Do you guys know what's happening tonight?
The wall
aside from
down
the thing
by
with
the
Ignis?
rift because
Yeah.
of the rift
Yeah.
having grown bigger.
Yeah. Did it grow bigger?
Or well,
Or
not
you-
well. The way that it was worded made it sound like it grew bigger, but more just the collapse didn't block
the
off
rift
the
beast
ability
activity
for
increased.
rift beasts.
Yeah, it won't be stable enough to hold them, so we're trying to get a more insured way, like we had with the shield dome before. But I have the schematics. I'm gonna go help Philia with that. So if you want to spare Aether help, this is an opalite device that probably won't react too strongly, as long as you're careful. So
No, that's. I mean, as long as
I mean,
I'm not.
it worked plenty with the pylons down there.
As long as I'm not
Well.
trying to interact with it while actively unable to use my water magic, although I can use divine. But
Hey.
as long as I'm not trying to touch it with this arm while it is altered, I should be fine.
Sure.
That was why I was holding my arm behind my back.
We just brought
while using
Ignis
it.
and Terra both down there. Most of the squads, it sounds like, will be down there to power the thing on, because we have yet to get an actual number from Monty of how much mana should be input, and Malik doesn't feel like talking today or some bullshit. So
Do you need help?
I can.
Or are you good?
I can
You can
drop.
help if you
I can
want.
drop by the lab a little bit later to help get
Yeah.
pieces ready, because that's where I'll best be used. Because realistically, I should probably avoid getting too close to the rift down there, given what happened last time.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Actually, was part of the reason
Yeah,
I was
no.
not asking any of you. Okay, so you can you run this down to the Undercity to give to Philia?
Yeah.
Okay, that was the place where you were having a panic attack and wetting yourself. Can you handle that on
Well,
your
that's
own?
because there was like a ghost. There wasn't. I was fine before the ghost happened.
There's probably still a ghost down there.
So just run as fast as you can and get back up. Yeah, run fast and come back.
Or just ignore it if it tries talking to you. That's what I try to do
Just
to
tell
them
the fuck off.
sometimes.
Dude, I heard of it.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like it's going to be another eventful night.
Yep.
Granted, that
I'm
whole
probably
thing
not gonna
that's
get
all
any
set-
kind of sleep either.
The whole thing that's set up outside over by the Scar is was a result of basically an entire day's creative frenzy between all of us.
That was pretty impressive. I'm gonna lie.
Yeah.
I poked my head in a couple times. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah. Jackson's downplaying how much of an idea ultimately came from him because he's being modest, but it legitimately would not have happened had he not had the idea and shared it with everybody else.
The that reminds me, I should probably get potions and shit set up. Especially night vision ones, because I think people are going to very much be needing them.
More than likely, yes.
Yep.
Can't believe she died.
I hate the... Damn it.
They always take the good ones too soon.
Well...
But I mean...
That's a shame.
Now that we are on... I do think I meant what I said there at the very end. That... Ultimately... If everything failed... I would at least... try to be happy for their sake. Because at the end of the day, I think what most people truly want is just to live.
I mean, hell, that's what I want.
Yeah.
I'd just like to live with, you know, a leak. You know, I'd like to
live
be by you and Celine.
Let's be honest. By the time that happens, you'll be with Celine. I doubt I will be there.
You still will.
I am just doing what I can while I am here to show them that...
You know what I mean.
I do, but I still want to remind you that...
I know.
Unless you find a... And I guess this is me being a hypocrite because it's the same thing that I told her. Unless you all find a miracle that finds some way for me and her to coexist or otherwise exist separately, one of us has to disappear for the other. And I do not want it to be her.
I know. But you'll still be there. In a way.
Will I? You know that for certain.
I would not have asked you to sit with me while I wrote that book.
Though we are of the same memories as a base, I do believe that there are parts of me that are inherently different from her, just on account of the basis of my creation.
And I would agree.
If anything, I think
you are
it is
both unique.
What allowed me to be much more verbal with the thoughts that I think Celine was afraid to voice, out of fear of how it would be received, because aside from, well, harming her body, I have very little to lose if people hate me. I will be gone one day. If they celebrate that fact, so be it.
I will mourn that fact.
And as in many other ways, that is what makes you different. Though, regardless of what happens at the end, should that place still exist, I hope there is a way that either I or her can show you that beautiful field.
I meant it too. I would like to see it.
That is the thing that still gives me such pause on all of this. If they truly wanted everything the way it was said, Why go to the effort to make things look so much like here? Unless it is simply for the sake of trying to ease the transition, I don't know. All I can say is she doesn't give herself enough credit for what she makes.
Yeah.
Probably because she doesn't feel that it is deserved.
Possibly.
Comes with the territory of everyone in the world scorning your name, but it is to be expected.
Yeah.
Though I wish
that's why we reach out to understand. But that's why we've reached out to understand.
Do you think we can really do it? Because we are effectively having to try to prove two people wrong. The very same things she said to us is the same things that Malik said to me when I was stating these very same beliefs. Neither side believes in us. Though one at least betrayed their desire to hope that it is possible.
Do I think that it is possible? Yes. Will we live to see it? I don't know. I hope so.
I just hope that through the actions that are taken that people see the truth in what was said, that though we hope for a different path, we do not want people to fail at what they're doing.
No. I'll come back.
Welcome back. Oh. I don't believe I forgot your name, by the way. I've seen you around a few times.
My name's Zoe Rockwell. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure.
I don't even know how to properly address this. Most people will call me Celine. No.
Mayneth.
Good to meet you, Celine and Mina.
Pleasure indeed.
Quinn.
She's been having some bad headaches this evening. You'll have to forgive her, but
Yeah.
you are correct. That is Quinn.
Yep.
Alright.
Also, hello, Professor.
What's I gonna do? I don't remember anymore. However, I must show you this because I don't think you were around. Meet Rocco.
Oh my goodness, I love him.
I love him already.
He's a good pet. Barely have to feed him. Anyways.
That one needs to be protected at all costs. I don't care what anyone says. That has to be protected at all costs.
The fact that it can have such whimsy in a world like this speaks volumes of their character.
I agree.
We went to different portions of that concept. There was a key word in there. Barely. You barely have to feed him, implying there is times when he must be fed.
Oh shit, you're right.
Why did you have to point this out? Now I'm going to be very concerned about you. Why have you cursed me with that realization? What did I do to you today? I had to specify today because I'm sure I did something at some point.
No. But every once in a while you have to do things like What was it? Oh, there's a while ago. I think it was 2 of Heralding. We were trying to go around and commit fey curses on people.
Oh, for fuck's
It's a
sake.
standard, simple thing where, you know, you point out something obvious that people usually subconsciously, you know...
Mhm.
Stop. I know where you're going with this. Stop.
Oh,
Don't.
no,
Don't.
no,
Don't.
no, no.
Don't. I already know what you're... I already know... I'm thinking about it. No!
You fool.
Oh, it is.
I hate
They came at me with the usual ones, the simple ones.
Uh-huh.
I came at them with the worse ones.
Oh.
Anyways.
You caused them existential dread, didn't you?
No, but I was able to get them in line because they were afraid I would have put more curses upon them.
Smart.
And you said you weren't capable of committing occultic magic. Yet here you are using the darkest curses of all.
Damn.
Not occultic. It's simply words. Much as when I showed why anyone who requires mental magic is weak. When Lafron had to leave a conversation because he could not stand staying part of it. Mostly out of his own embarrassment.
Fair enough.
Now I really want to know the context of what that conversation was about, but I don't know if I want to do that to him.
I'm pretty sure I'll find out at some point.
Was it today?
No.
Oh, okay.
Conversation today.
Yeah, that one I walked in on, but I don't know what that one was about, so...
If you walked in, we were in there?
Yeah.
That was the beginning of a conversation. Eventually, we had to go down there where he downs 2 things of beer.
Wait, hold the fuck up.
Only 2?
Wait. No. Sorry. My mind just noticed something. Astrea went from the training door to the upper bunks, and then somehow came out of
No. He went down there and then came back out.
I must have missed. Okay, I must have missed it because I didn't see that. I just saw him go towards the upper bunks, and then the next thing I know, I see him coming out of the tavern. I'm like, there is no door that goes from upper bunks to the tavern. How the fuck did he get?
Clearly it's
Help me.
clearly it's the ghost that everyone's talking about.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah.
But I should probably get some rest before I help prepare stuff for Operation Build a Wall around a rift. Or at least in front of a rift. I don't know what their idea is.
The idea is we're going to take the opalite shield that they created, the flat one. They're going to push into the tunnel far enough to where they need to deploy it so that it blocks the rift beasts.
Right.
That is it. Because it is going to take a certain amount of energy to jumpstart it and get it to activate. We cannot have you spending your mana activating it and fighting the rift beasts and fighting the Leviathan if necessary. Or the original plan that was being pushed. Or at least the way it seemed it was being pushed.
Hey, Luca.
We are not going to have you
how's it going?
expend your mana fighting the rift beasts. Expend more to make the shield.
Right.
Expend more to push further in, and then expend more to try and create the barrier. It's too much expenditure of mana.
Yeah, you're gonna burn yourself out pretty quickly.
Either way, they're going to need extra hands to get the necessary pieces ready to go, so I might as well get some crumb of sleep before that happens.
And I'm gonna go and I'll be working on alchemy, making sure potions are on standby, especially night vision ones, because they are going to 100% be needed.
So with that, I will bid you a good night, because I'll probably see you awake again, because I know you only sleep for like 2 hours.
Oh, luckily. Anyways, enjoy a fake curse. You ever notice how closely your pinky toe touches the toe next to it?
I'm going to bed. I hate him.
I'm going to smack.
I hate him. I hate him. If I had the ability to pick up Father's spear right now, I would throw it at him for what he has done to me.
You know, that's honestly fair. Anyways.
Helping facilitate that in the first place.
I'm just glad it worked.
It was enlightening. And I hope she appreciated the gesture at the end, because I meant every bit of it.
We can only hope.
I carry a part of her in me.
Yeah. Rest well, my friend.
You as well.
Find me when you need me.
I will.